your father.
I explained the inspiration behind, me teaching the language and all that other kind of stuff. And I say a lot, but I'm just going to read this little small part. I say that the inspiration behind the making of this book, which is to provide the tools and means to enter the world of ancient Kemet and have a meeting of the minds with the illustrious civilization, society, culture, and people responsible for contributing so much to the world that we are indebted to, whether we realize it or not. And in that part is what I'm speaking about with what you said, that a lot of people are not aware of the contributions that ancient Egypt or Kemet has even on the world as it is today.
Right.
And it's not until you get deep into some studies of different things that you'll find, like you said, Egypt is mentioned even when you don't expect them to be mentioned, because a lot of things come out of ancient Kemet that people aren't aware of. And this is the problem I have, is because Kemet is over romanticized by people who really don't know what they're talking about. And so you only get the quote unquote um mysteries type stuff, the esoteric
Right.
type of stuff and everything. And you don't hear or see the sciences and the things that Egypt actually does contribute to the world to this very day. And that's why I do what I do, by telling people that if you're going to talk about Kemet and engage Kemet, you got to do it by way of the language. There's no other way around that. And so that's why I do what I do and in the position that I'm in. Period.
Yeah. I also add emphasis because a dude in a barbershop yesterday had gave Kemet credit to all this weird stuff, the whole alien stuff, and that's doing it a disservice. But I think it's important to highlight what they were doing at their time so many thousand years ago that we are not. I'll talk to Unc about this. That we are not doing today. Is no way in hell that an average Egyptian or even Egyptians, I don't care if it's of scholars back then, 4,000, 5,000, there's no way that they should know more math than us right now, than an average American. All the math that we have access to, is no way that the math that they was privy to thousands of years ago, it's no excuse for us, and I'm guilty of letting this happen, but it's no excuse for us in America to not, the average citizen should know just as much math or more than the top, elite in Kemet thousands of years ago.
Right. But we don't get to that point because a lot of people are not having the right conversations when it comes to Egypt. They're not engaging Egypt for the right reasons and engaging the culture properly. And so again, that's why I do what I do.
Yeah.
So I don't think anybody should talk about Egypt at all until they're ready to put that work in, because people talking about it is what's messing it up, because they're talking about it without knowing much about it. And that's just it. On both sides of the stick. I don't care people who love it or hate it. On both sides, people are talking out the side of their mouth, out the side of their neck.
So what do you say when, for example, I'm reading this economic book. So what do you say to that? I'm reading about economics, and then the part of banking, like Kemet is mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
So like
Well,
I'm forced to read that part even though I don't know the language.
right. That's what I'm saying. So when you read something like that, you're just taking it all in, but you can't form a an argument for or against it until you put in the work. So that's what I'm referring to. So people, you're gonna hear a lot of things and read things, which is perfectly fine. But what we have is people in our communities will actually go, fast forward and have arguments about things that they never even did the knowledge on and stuff. So like when you mention that, I can point you to texts where Egypt had treasury houses of gold and silver, how they weighed them, the words for the weight, the words for gold and silver, and all this other kind of stuff. I can show you that because I that's the kind of work I do. So I'm able to show you where they had overseers of the treasury houses, where they paid people, and where they exchanged things for the farming and the products that was produced from the farms, and gave them things in certain items, which included gold and silver.
Hmm.
they didn't have a word for bank. It's called a treasury. It's called a per hedge, which
Yeah.
is a house. A per is an abode or a house, and hedge is the word for it's actually a word for white or something brilliant, and that's what silver did. It reflected um brightly, so they called that silver. The word hedge is for silver. The word
Mm-hmm.
nube is for gold. So that they had these houses. So that would be equivalent to our treasuries or banks.
Yeah.
But according to the song now, we are the Egyptians, Wudjau, so we gotta be we gotta be able to talk about ourselves. You know what
No, we're not Egyptian.
Well, well, and that is not what he said.
I'm saying?
Yeah,
I know,
I,
I
But
know, I know,
I
I
know,
know. I just have a
I
little,
know.
What
I know.
what did he say? I didn't hear it.
I know
he
he did the show the
saying
other night.
that Egyptians have, migrated to West Africa several
You know,
times.
yeah, there
So
was some
to some degree,
changing, and you know what I'm
yeah,
saying? Yeah, yeah.
it's kind of
Just
like
have a little
already
fun.
included in the DNA. Like the migrations are there; they already happen. But I did want to say, I think what he's saying is that like you read something that's just a piece of data. You know what I'm saying? You have a piece of data. You pick up these little pieces of data, but it takes skill and know-how to turn that data into information. You just have a little piece of something, but unless you're willing to put in the work, you can't really put it together and make it mean something for you or anybody else.
Yeah, no, I
Yeah.
agree. Yeah, I agree. I agree.
So this is the thing, though. And it's only for things that matter, because in everyday day-to-day life, you don't have time to break down and do the knowledge on every single thing. It's just what's important to people and what they want to pursue. So if you're pursuing information about a particular topic that you yourself is not well versed in, you're gonna have to yield to the experts. And so with the issue comes in when you deal with expert A and then you deal with expert B, and expert A and B are not in agreement with each other. Now you're in a position where you got to actually learn the work so you can discern for yourself now. You see, and so that's what people have to put put time into or be willing to do. If they can't, then they just got to be silent on that issue or table it and just keep it moving. But a lot of people don't do that. They develop an opinion, and they're very vocal about the opinion. They want to argue, debate, fuss, and fight when they themselves have not put in the work to discern left or right, up or down. And then they want to cite sources when somebody else can cite this. You cite expert A because that agrees with you, but then somebody cites expert B that disagrees with it. Now what? And so it goes all the way back down to people being willing to put in the time and effort to study. And that's what I advocate. That's what I push for everything, not just Egypt, but it's for every single thing. I don't care what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel that. Y'all can have that language. I can't, I can't do that
The
language.
language. But
Yeah,
listen, this is the thing. Even people who study whatever you study, and when it comes to culture and people, in anthropology, period, when you're studying people that's not your culture that you were born and raised in, there's no way around it. You're gonna have to get into the language of whatever that culture is that you're studying or focused on. You're just gonna have to, because there's no way to engage a culture without doing so by way of its language. Language is the DNA of culture. Anthropologists will tell you this all day, every day. And
yeah.
so
No,
depending,
I don't disagree. I don't disagree. I just say, and I know that ain't my passion, so I can't. I don't deal with the language too much. It's cool to
yeah,
watch, but I rather be the outside observer.
yeah, I hear you. That's what I'm saying. So, and that's perfectly fine. It's just when people want to pursue it, that's they just got to know that that's a step they're gonna have to take. I
Yeah, because
can't.
you make errors when you don't understand the language. You begin to make errors from other people's interpretation.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I've seen that play out quite a few times in the college community enough to know that how it works. See,
right.
yeah,
But
I see
now,
how
but
that
hold
goes.
up. But now check this out, King Sosa. Now I know we're talking about like when we say language, we're talking about like different distinct languages, and we think of like Spanish versus French versus Kiswahili or whatever. But also think about this too. Even though we're all speaking English, within English, there's different disciplines that use English differently, and they create a nomenclature for that discipline. And so even if you're studying, let's say you study chemistry or you study biogenetics, you're going to have to learn the nomenclature of that field to be able to engage it as well. So
Okay.
law and stuff like that. So it's not so much a leap away from English per se. People still gonna have to study the jargon and the language of whatever it is that they are going into. So that's the point that I always
Yeah,
try
no
to make.
doubt. Like when you talk about, in other words, you're dealing with computers, you gotta know the language, gigs and rams, so you can actually speak the language of computers. You understand? That's what you're referring
Yeah.
to, basically. I
Yeah,
got
there you go. Like you say, gig, megabytes, megabits,
you.
terabytes. You gotta know what that is. That's English. We're speaking English. If I say, give me that hard drive over there, you gotta know what a hard drive is, what it, all that kind of stuff. Um, Same thing with astrophysics, physics. Like the biggest word that a lot of people be aware of is the word theory. It's used differently in science than just the average conversation.
Yeah. Everyone on Neil deGrasse's show, Star Talk, when somebody dares say, "This is my theory," he stops you immediately and say, "You don't have a theory. You have hypothesis." He does not let you continue with your theory. He stops you immediately.
Yep.
And say, "No, you have a hypothesis. You have no idea what a theory is."
And that's how you're supposed to do it. He's doing what he's supposed to do. At the beginning of a conversation, you're supposed to define the ambiguous terms. You don't have to define every term, but you have to define the key terms and anything that has a potential to be ambiguous. You got to do it. That's why you can't microwave and have conversations, these fast-paced microwave conversations online and stuff that people try to do to really get somewhere with knowledge. You can't do that. And so that's why I push what I push. So yeah. But I know
Hey, I
you
gotta go.
you call this video the real the real about your case. So whenever y'all wanna
Yeah, because
Really,
I didn't want to title it guilty or something like that. I just said, since you're in here, I know you're more informed than anybody listening, anybody on the panel. So I would say, the real.
okay.
Makes
Yeah.
me-
I had inboxed you because I didn't get a chance to watch your video. I scrubbed through it, like I went to this point, that point, and just listened to bits. But it was obviously what you were saying was it was a continuation or a follow-up conversation based on the other conversation on Garfield's channel.
Yeah.
When that subject came up, and so I participated in that conversation for a little bit when I called in.
Yeah.
So I guess you could bring me up to speed, 'cause I didn't get a chance to watch your video, but the little bits I saw, I was a little disappointed because, and that's why I'm here. Maybe I could clarify some things for
Yeah.
you and for everybody else. So if y'all could revisit that conversation, then I'm
Okay. So let me first say this. Most of us don't know the ins and outs of the case, right? But at the same time, most of us believe that York is guilty, period. Like even lacking information of the case, like we just believe he's guilty. And we all are, we all have our differences on why we believe he's guilty, because none of us know pretty much the entire case. So, but the little bit we heard from you, I remember listening to a show, you and Chuck, whatever his last, I keep saying Mason, but I think it's Morgan.
Morgan.
Yeah. So Morgan, we heard you guys, and a lot of us formed opinions from that show.
Mm-hmm.
And we just stick to our guns based off the information that came out. And for me personally, being that it was a, like you said, it was an organization and a cult. Being that it was a cult, this is what happens in most cults. Most cults, it's usually the leader has all the women, he's, or he does some type of pedophilia. It's one or the other. And so we kind of just say, well, he's no different than the other co-leaders. And especially that these charges were the charges. Well, somewhat. So a lot of us felt like you were like being kind of political on your stance.
Okay, so all right, so let me address that. I understand why you would feel that way, because you're not familiar with me when it comes to the Nubian organization or the legal situations around York, because you and I never had the conversations, and I don't talk about it at all. For years, I haven't talked about it. So I can understand that you listening to me in that brief conversation on Garfield's channel, that you may walk away feeling that way. But if you actually know or go backwards and hear me talk about the case and look at the things I say, and whether it's in writing or whatever, I guarantee you wouldn't feel the same way that you may feel right now. So let me just clarify for you. The reason why it sounds political at the other day or whatever the case is because I have dealt with this for years, where I get interviewed by professionals. I've been interviewed by reporters, TV news stations, cable stations, and newspaper reporters about the case because of my involvement. And from professionals to the regular Joe Blow, I'm always asked my opinion on his guilt or innocence. And so from day one till now, I never answer that question. And the reason why is because I'm going to just give you a quick analogy that you can understand. If I was to tell you that the Egyptians never believed in the afterlife, what would you say?
I would say you were wrong.
Right. Okay. So you would say that, but you would also tell me to source up. Or
right. Exactly.
So you wouldn't take my opinion on that.
No.
Right. So if you ask me my opinion, and then I told you, you say, well, Wudjau, did the Egyptians believe in the afterlife?
Right.
And then I tell you no, you would still say, whoa, wait a minute, brother.
I see where you're going. Right.
No, but that's a false equivalent.
No, I see exactly where you're going. He's saying that, Wudjau, you're saying that if you give your opinion, it wouldn't matter to us anyway because our mind was made up.
Well, hold up, not just there. Let me get it out because y'all trying to think for me now. So here's the thing.
I'm doing that.
So here's the thing. If that scenario played itself out, you would ask me to source up or shut up.
Right.
And you know, I would have to provide you a source or at least information on how I came to that conclusion. Right.
Yeah.
Now you asking me now when people ask me about York's case, my opinion is in reverse. So instead of me giving my opinion, I give the information, and I put people in the position of being a juror themselves, where they can make that determination. Because my opinion or your opinion and anybody else's opinion on this panel doesn't matter at all, one single iota, as to whether he is actually guilty or innocent, and his circumstances where he's at right now, serving 135 years. So when the smoke clears and the dust settles, it really boils down to people formulating an opinion, but based on a stack of information or facts, not another opinion. Because if I give you my opinion and you repeat my opinion, you're just repeating an opinion of an opinion instead of doing the knowledge on information and basing your opinion on the information and facts. So that's been my position from day one, that I give people the facts and let them make up their mind. Now, here's the thing. Whenever that's not good for people, that's usually good for the professionals, though. They actually appreciate when I do that. But I've ran into many people who after I say that and stuff, they're like, yeah, but you were there, man. I just want to know how you feel, you know, what you feel, you know, whatnot, because you used to be one of them and everything like that. And so then I tell them, well, York said he did it. So are you still interested in my opinion or what York said? And I say, if I show you, or if I tell you that York said he did it, then why should my opinion matter? But let me do this. Let me do this for y'all right now, real quick. If y'all just bear with me for 1 second, give me 1 second here. I want to play this video. I mentioned this on Garfield's channel, but I was on my phone, I was out and about, and everything like that. So I want to share this video. This is the video. Let me just give some context to the video. Remember, York pled guilty to his federal charges and his state charges. He went into federal court, pled guilty there, and then the day after, the next day, on January 24th, he pled guilty in the state case. All right. His state guilty plea was videotaped. I was there and I saw them filming it. And as a result, that's what I'm about to show you all. In this video, I'm not going to play the whole thing, but in this video, y'all can watch it in your own time. It will, the assistant prosecutor is reading all the charges and the circumstances surrounding the charges from the indictment. And then the prosecutor, the prosecuting attorney, steps in and deals with all of the finalities and things like that. But I want to play it because you're going to see where York pleads guilty, signs it. The judge tells him his rights, what he's waiving, the whole nine and stuff like that. This is what I show people. I'm like, why are you asking me my opinion when the man himself says this? And then the conversation should go on. But I want to show this to y'all because y'all may never seen this. Well, first, let me ask y'all, have y'all ever seen this?
I've seen it, yeah.
Okay, you've seen it before. All right. So just in case people who are listening or watching, whatever, have not, I'm just going to skip to certain points and point some things out. So let me fast forward it because it's gonna so this part, y'all can see it. It says Malachi York pleads guilty and accepts a jail sentence for the sexual abuse of children. He says he was not forced to plead guilty. This was January 24, 2003. Now, mind you, the day before, he was in federal court and he did the same thing. That one wasn't filmed. They didn't allow that filming in there. So let me go to the part where he started talking. And I'm gonna point out some things. Okay, I'm gonna pause it here because I'm gonna name these people here because I was in this courtroom. This person, if y'all can y'all see my cursor?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. This person here is the sheriff of Putnam County. That is the sheriff that the sister was talking about, that all Nuwaubians talk about. That's Sheriff Seals. Okay, that's the sheriff. This person next to York, this is York in the orange jumper. The person to his right is his attorney, Manny Aurora. He's one of the attorney part of the Garland Samuel Loeb firm. All right, he's the one that's standing there representing him. The person who's not in the picture right here, you can see his arm a little bit. That's the lead prosecuting attorney.
Okay.
All right. His back is going to be to us when he steps in. So I just want to let y'all know the players here. To the left off the screen is the judge. They're standing right in front of the judge's desk, the bench. All right. And behind is all the seats, the pews where people can sit at. And me, I'm in here. I'm upstairs. I'm in the second part looking down right here at it. You won't see me. You won't ever see me in here. I'm just pointing out where I was. All right, but let me play it so you can hear what the judge saying.
Mr. York, are you now under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or narcotics?
Now I know the audio is a little grimy, but y'all can play it when you can. The judge asks York. He says, "York, are you under the influence of any drugs, narcotics, or alcohol?"
Right.
Okay, that's what all judges have to do. They have to take you through what's called a competency test, a verbal competency test. Make sure you're not forced. Make sure you weren't promised anything. Make sure you not under the influence of any drugs and all this other kind of stuff. All right, that's what the judge just asked him. Now you can't hear York because the judge has a mic in front of his mouth. York is too far away from the mic. You can't hear him, but you can read his lips or see him nod his head and stuff like that. All right, but I'm gonna play it.
You understand you're charged with 40 counts of aggravated child molestation.
Okay, stop there. He was charged with 40 counts of not just child molestation. This is aggravated child molestation. That's a difference. Okay, y'all look that up. Look up what the difference is. All right, 40 counts of that.
Dang.
Could receive a maximum sentence of 30 years in confinement for each count, that you're charged with 34 counts of child molestation.
34 counts of regular child molestation.
30 years for each account. Dang.
Okay, 34, and I don't even want to say regular. 34 counts of child molestation, but 40 counts of aggravated child molestation.
Right.
All right, so let's keep going.
That you could receive a maximum sentence of 20 years in confinement for each count. That you're charged with one count of sexual exploitation of children.
One count of sexual exploitation of children. That's one count.
Children, you could receive a maximum sentence of 20 years in confinement. And you're charged with 2 counts of influencing witnesses.
And 2 counts of influencing witnesses. All right.
You could receive a maximum sentence of 10 years in confinement for each count. And that you could receive a minimum sentence overall of 10 years on probation. I'm telling you the most and the least. You understand that?
So you can see him nodding and he's answering. You can't hear him, but he's answering and stuff like that. So the judge told him the counts, and he told him the maximum and the minimum. Okay, the maximum and the minimum. All right, so let's see what he says after.
Actually, Your Honor, it would be 10 years aggravated child molestation.
But on them would be 10 years. You understand that? You understand you have a right to an attorney, and in fact, your lawyer, Mr. Aurora, is here with you and representing you. Is that correct? I'm going to inform you of certain other rights that you have, Mr. York, and inform you of the fact that if you plead guilty, you give up these rights. You have a right to trial by jury. You're presumed to be innocent. You have a right to confront any witnesses the state presents against you. You have a right to subpoena any witnesses you want to appear and testify for you. You have a right to testify and offer other evidence if you want to.
All right, I'm gonna skip forward, but I just want to summarize this part. The judge is reading York's all of his rights that he, by signing a plea or entering a plea, he's gonna waive. That he's letting him know all the rights that he currently has at that moment right there. But if he goes through with it, he's waiving them, and so he reads them all. So I'm gonna kind of skip forward to a point where he asks him.
These days automatically obtain a jury trial. You understand these rights, and understand if you plead guilty, you give up these rights. You heard the recommendation the state made. Is that the recommendation you understood the state would make?
He said yes. So he said, you heard the recommendation the state made, and he said, do you are you aware of it and you agree with it? He nodded. He said yes, and he shook his head yes.
Did you in fact do what the district attorney, Mr. Bright, told me you did?
Now he's asking York directly, did you do these things that the district attorney said you did?
How do you plead, guilty or not guilty, as to all the indictments that were cited by the district attorney?
You see him nod his head yes. He said guilty, and he said yes. He looked at the district attorney, looked back at the judge, and said yes. Okay, so I shouldn't have, and I'm gonna forward to where he signs it. Okay, because they talk about some other things, but I'm gonna forward it to where he actually signs it. Right now, the district attorney handed it over to him, the paperwork, and his attorney's gonna sign it first, and then York is gonna sign it. And he just said, plea entered. That's what the judge just said, plea entered. All right, so I'm not gonna play the whole thing. The other part of this video is where the assistant district attorney reads off all of the counts and all the circumstances around it and stuff like that. And her part actually should be before the part that I just showed. But whoever, and this, mind you, this is coming from YouTube. This is still on YouTube, so anybody can look it up and watch it. But these two videos, they're out of order. Somebody put them together, but they're out of order. But I'm showing this. So the reason why I'm showing this is that I want you to understand that when people ask me for my opinion, how from from my vantage point, being involved and deal with this for so many years and years and years, I don't answer the question because I just give people the facts. So if I show you this video, you have no reason to ask me the question anymore. Or if I give you all the information, you have no reason to ask me because you can make your own determination. And so that's been my position. Now, why I've taken that position from day one is because I've worked as a paralegal on his case. So I was privy to lawyer client privileged information, just like a doctor patient privileged information you don't share and you can't really speak on and stuff like that. So I've always taken a position to just provide the information and not give my opinion about guilt or innocence. So that's why I initially have always taken that position, because I was in the courtroom working with the attorneys as a paralegal and privy to sealed information, sealed documents, and so on and so forth.
So that's more.
If you put it like that, then that makes more sense than you just saying, I am not going to give you the information. Because it sounded different when you just say that, you know what, I'm just going to give you the facts, I'm not going to give you my opinion, as opposed to saying, based on attorney-client privilege, I can't speak on it in that manner. Right. See what I'm saying? That's a totally different scenario and a totally different spin from somebody listening to it. They would take it differently if they heard it in that manner.
Right.
If I may, just comment briefly. I don't really understand why people feel like that's something that someone has to give an opinion on either way. Let's say he truly did not have an opinion. Why does he even have to offer that? Who does he owe that explanation to? If we're being honest, I would personally feel a little bit offended if somebody asked me how I feel about his guilt or innocence, because to me the underlying implication is that I may have had some inkling, or that I think if I thought he was capable of these things, would I have been a part of the organization? Like, I would be personally offended by the question, because I have to wonder, why are you asking me this? And what are you truly hoping to get? And then when I don't answer, it's kind of like, oh, you protecting, when I haven't given an answer one way or the other. You're drawing inferences from me not saying anything, from me saying
that's just that. No, it's not.
That's a problem for me.
That's common. Like anytime somebody it's not.
But no, that's not common. Like, people make an excuse for that. That is not common. People cannot have an opinion on things.
It is common for somebody to ask somebody that was involved in a certain situation, what happened? Like,
but if you don't give point.
If you don't give an opinion,
the root of why they asked, though, if we look at the root of why they asked,
it doesn't matter.
I'm not saying that people don't ask.
Like, we making this way too like.
Let me say one thing, Sosa. Okay. So when you're dealing with the Jehovah's Witness, I believe that they got the largest pedophile case in religious, history in America, at least. It was $1 million, some crazy number that they got sued for because they covered it up. But people don't complain when the Jehovah's Witnesses asked to speak on that. And the same thing with Malcolm X's death. Sinetta just did that. When I was a registered Muslim, we all got asked that question: who killed Malcolm? So when you're offended,
I do complain. Now y'all don't complain, but I complain.
But hold on, but I'm saying with Sosa, I'm thinking back on Sosa. So like, if you're involved in an organization, fair or not, people want to know or want you to explain what happened, if you can or you can't. And they definitely want to hear. So you're right in a certain area. They definitely want to hear what you say, what your opinion is, because of course, if you side that Elijah did not kill Malcolm, they're done with you. If you side that York is not, guilty, you're done. And if you side that the Jehovah's Witness, had no fault, you're done. So so the people asking are waiting to see your credibility. They want to know your integrity. They want to know who you are. Like, what are you going to say?
Yeah.
But my question is, what if I may? But my question is, what credibility did they have when they wasn't on a jury panel? You don't even know what the evidence was. Who are you to try to indict or or castrate somebody and say that they're done when you don't even have the evidence. People need to quit being so comfortable with doing that.
Okay, so let me just see, because both you and Amber, King Sosa, you and Amber have very valid points, and I had to deal with both of those points for years. So let me just tell you that I understand both sides. I perfectly understand why people ask me or anybody else who was involved, especially there, who lived on the land and a member of the organization, and especially worked on a legal case. I get it. I understand why somebody asked me that, because I got it all the time. If I had $1 for every time somebody asked me that, man, I probably wouldn't be sitting here right now. So I get it. But then Amber makes a very valid point. And this is the point that I push on people. Like, I don't get mad at all. Because if I got mad, I would, man, I'd probably have a heart attack by now. But I get it. But now what I push back on people, I say, listen, would you rather have my opinion or the facts? And whenever I set it up that way, everybody chooses the facts.
Why can't we have both? Why can't we get both? Why can't we get both?
No, I know.
See what I'm saying? You can get both.
I understand that, but me, I advocate for the facts, and so I'm going to stick to what I advocate for, because people will ask for both. It doesn't necessarily mean there's any value, because everybody has an opinion, but it's not about the opinion. It's about the value of that opinion.
Wudjau, so people value your intellect. You know, they value your intellect, and they value Asar's intellect. You know,
now if I say the Egyptian didn't believe in the afterlife, they don't. But go ahead.
No, but they still value. Trust me, I'm in the circles that's among the doubters that, you know, they have like an issue with you here and there, but overall, like, they value. Well, they don't think you're perfect, you dig, because they're not religious, but they understand you can make mistakes. But overall, they value your intellect. Like, they believe that you're credible. They believe that you're going to do your due diligence when you research. So at that stage, people just want to know how credible are you? Will you be willing to compromise your integrity when it's a controversial subject? You dig? And they ask Polite the same thing, because a lot of people value Polite. You know, you watch his live stream, people think he's, you know, a genius, and they want to know, like, will he compromise his intelligence to defend York or something else? You know, so people just want to see, like, where are you? So that's why they ask you. But if it was anybody else, they probably wouldn't even care to ask the opinion. They would want the facts. But because it's you.
Or can I add this? Can I add this too? Like when I said what I said in the chat about, like, when I said, like, seems like Chuck Morgan has distanced himself and you haven't. I wasn't talking about you separating from the movement. It was from a standpoint of where, like, I think, because when we did the show, we were given a perspective of how the chat was receiving the information you was giving out. And it was more based on the fact that I think they were looking, especially after the way Chuck spoke about it, they were looking for you to condemn it. You see what I'm saying? And the fact that you never condemned it, it kind of made the chat kind of fall back somewhat, because it was like, yeah, you're giving us the fact, but by you not condemning it, without saying, well, you know, it's a, you know, I was on the case, and there's certain things I'm privy to that I can't speak about. It made it seem like he pled guilty, but I wasn't pleased. See what I'm saying?
Okay, but now here, so let me explain it then. Here's the difference, and this is why I tried. See, you know, it's only a window of conversation I had, and plus I was on my phone. And people should know the difference between me and Chuck is that Chuck wasn't involved with the case. I was. And so the only person on the line, at least at the time I was on there, was that sister. She was the one that's saying that York is innocent. The only person that offered their opinion of guilt or innocence was that sister. She said he was innocent. And I'm up there telling everybody that whatever the sister is basing her opinion on is nothing, because everything out of her mouth was wrong. Every single thing that sister said out of her mouth was absolutely wrong. And that's the only reason why I called in, was to educate the viewers or listeners on what she was wrong about.
Right.
She mentioned the juvenile case. It had nothing to do with a determination on whether children were molested. She wasn't there, and I could tell she wasn't there. I could tell she ain't look at the documents because those documents are minors. They're sealed. I was there in the courtroom. I could tell you the attorney's name, who was there, where people sat, and everything. It was, and I mentioned this on the Garfield show. I said that case had to do with the parents getting their children back because they were in de facto custody. They were living somewhere outside of the parents' house, and the parents lived on the land, and they were not giving those children back to those parents while they lived on the land. So we had to find an apartment and get them a job and the whole nine. I helped out with that. It had nothing to do with whether they were molested by York or not. It was the parents fighting to get their children back, and that's what the sister didn't understand. So that was one thing. And then she mentioned about the planning and the zoning stuff. She didn't know nothing about that. Then she mentioned she spent $3,000 putting in a FOIA request, a Freedom of Information Act. You don't have to do that. Everything is public except for sealed documents.
I got it.
Except for sealed documents. Everything else is public. That's what the court is for. The clerk's office of the court is a public place where everything is. And that's what people got to understand. And so that's why I was there. I was correcting her. I didn't have to correct Chuck because Chuck has the information. So I didn't have to speak on what Chuck was saying. I was speaking on what the sister was saying. And that's the difference. But I just want to say that, like I said, I see why people ask that question and everything. I've dealt with it. But here's the flip side. When I answer the way I answer, most people appreciate my answer though, because they know they put themselves in check. They're like, oh snap, you made me realize something. I was gonna roll with your opinion instead of ask you for information or the facts.
Right.
So I can come on my own thing. And see, the average person don't have time to look through that, especially when they see how complex the case is. Once they see it, they're gonna throw it away. They're gonna be like, man, I ain't reading through that. Wudjau, just tell me your opinion. You know, you did it. I'm good with you.
Wudjau, make no mistake, we definitely respect the fact that you do it like that, because when it comes to the Malcolm X thing, every registered Muslim that I ever heard or known, every person who loves Elijah Muhammad, none of them will say what you said. They will all say Malcolm's wrong. You dig? No matter how controversial it is, they will all say Malcolm's wrong, Elijah was right. So we definitely appreciate your neutral stance, because you could definitely just be biased and give an opinion. So we respect that.
Well, see, so here's where the intellect come in. If people truly respected my intellect, then they would see how intelligent my response actually is. It puts you in a responsible position to do the knowledge yourself and think for yourself. Don't let me be your God and babysit your mind. Don't ask me my opinion and then I shape your opinion. You do the knowledge and have your own opinion.
I don't think I don't think you're shaping their opinion. I think their opinion is made up. Exactly. You're guilty.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but see, that's an ignorant thing, and that's.
But they just want to know. Again, I'm telling you, all they want to know is they want to know if you can be trusted. Really, they want to know is like how far would you go to cover up for your. But see,
nobody. See, if I'm giving you the information, and I'm telling you how people twist the information.
What my opinion got to do with it?
To say that stuff, then how can I not be trustworthy? I'm showing you a video where York himself, most people have never seen that video. You saw it. But I'm showing you a video. I can show you documents after documents. I can show you where some of the listed victims have herpes and Yorks have herpes. All that kind of stuff. So am I trustworthy or not is not even a question.
But listen, when you're dealing with a court case, right? Mm-hmm. You can't be dealing with a court case where, listen, he pled guilty, and I can give you the cold hard facts about the court case. But the cold hard facts may not really tell you enough about the court case.
Right.
Because I can say, well, you know, he ended up pleading guilty because, well, we were supposed to have this admitted, but the judge ruled this out. You see what I'm saying? And certain things that we tried to get admitted in the evidence didn't get admitted in.
Right.
So, right, but and if I don't tell you that, but if I don't tell you certain things and I kind of explain it to you, right? And then the kind of way you left, kind of way like when you didn't really say attorney-client privilege, you kind of, I think the person asked you if you was there to the end, and you kind of like, I wrote it out to the end. and they seen it as you riding out to the end as a supporter of York, as opposed to seeing you ride out to the end as being a legal representation.
Yeah.
So that's gonna make, you know what I'm saying? So the people listening is taking it the wrong way, even though you were trying to deliver it right, it was getting perceived the wrong way. And that's why we made a video, because we're talking about perception as opposed to what you were trying to convey, and then how the actual people were actually perceiving what you were saying.
Okay, but so here's the thing. So, you know, just based on even what you're saying, me writing it out, or attorney-client privilege and things like that. Still, at the end of the day, if I don't say one way or the other, then like it really goes into what Unbiased said. A lot of people will have their mind made up for erroneous reasons, and that's very dangerous. Because I guarantee you, if you were charged with a crime, forget whether or not you did it or not. Forget whether you did it or not, but let's just say you're charged and you're arrested. If people already feel that you're guilty, you would feel some kind of way about that. If they automatically jump and say you guilty, or if they automatically jump and say you're innocent, of course that will benefit you than guilt, of course. But I'm saying for people to be just you call it, you know, just whichever way the wind blows type stuff, that's dangerous. That's very dangerous. And I don't play that game. So I give people the information and whatnot. So that's the thing. So see, with me, I can answer all the questions. The only question, and I'm on record saying this, I even tell reporters this to their face. I say, listen, you want to sit down and interview me? Fine. I will answer any question you have except for whether he's guilty or not. And they cool with that. I say, I'm game for everything. You got 91 questions, but that one question I'm not going to answer, because in my answering 99 questions to provide you with information, you answer that for yourself. And that's just the bottom line. Attorneys will say the same thing. Now, I'm not a licensed attorney, so I'm not under the obligation, the legal obligation of an attorney. It's just an ethic thing. You know, I still have a relationship with attorneys, so I can't go out there and share sealed documents and this, that, and the third, when, you know, that'll be contempt of court and stuff like that. Even though I don't have a license, I'm not part of the bar association, none of that stuff. You understand? So the best position I could obviously take is just give everybody information that they really could get themselves. I'm saving them time. Like, look, man, I can give you all the PDFs of all the hearings. But let me say something to you, King Sosa. In your scenario, though, that will be on record as well. That's what people don't understand. When you pull a whole case file, you'll see what was blocked, what was not submitted, what was submitted, why it was blocked, the motions in support of it, the memorandums of law that backs it, and the whole nine. All right, so there's no such thing as that. Now the behind the scenes stuff you won't know, but when a court case is a court case, and you got to understand, when it comes to time for trial, the jury is only going to make a judgment based on what they see in real time during that court trial. They don't see all the behind the scenes either. So when they got to deliberate and bring forth their judgment, their conviction or not, they are only going to be able to use what was available to them in the courtroom. So that's what I put people in a position of. Because if you know what's happening behind the scenes, man, it's a totally different picture.
So Wudjau, now putting the magnifying glass back on you. So when he pleaded guilty and he was sentenced, he was put behind bars to serve his time. How long after that did you stay a member? Like, was it right after the guilty plea, or was it some time to adjust and realize what was going on? Did you get your mind right? How long after that were you still a member?
Okay, let me correct you first. He wasn't put in prison for the plea. So let me just give a context real quick. He had two cases, state and federal. He pled guilty in both, one day apart. What y'all just watched was the state one. The state one came second, the day after. So here's how it happened. In the federal court, and this is what I try to explain to the sister, and somebody told me, that she said she was a lawyer or something, and there's no way she could have been a lawyer. But the plea process for states and the plea process for federal venue is different, slightly different. And one of the major differences is that a federal judge is bound by the sentencing guidelines that's produced by the probation office. And the reason why they do that is because whether you plead guilty or not, they if you plead guilty, they still have to calculate how much time you're going to serve. And then they also have to rate you based on your severity, the severity of the crimes, the effect it has on whatever victims are involved, restitution, and where you're going to serve your time. What security level? Are you going to be in a minimum prison, a minimum security prison, medium or maximum, and all the other kind of stuff? So it takes time for them to do that investigation. And then they file a report to the judge. The judge takes that report, compares it to the sentencing guidelines, which is held by the federal government, and they compare. And if the plea agreement between the two parties, which is the prosecution office and the defense, if that is within those guidelines, the judge can agree with it. If it's not, the judge is not obligated to agree with it, and he rejects it. And that's exactly what happened in York's case. The judge rejected the federal plea. And so, and that's why he went to trial. For the state plea, which is still in right now to this very day, that was put to the side, on the side burner, the back burner, because he was dealing with the federal venue. So the state case was like paused. It was on pause, frozen. Okay. And so everything that moved forward at that point after January was all federal. So we're sitting there waiting for this report to come through. January, he pleads guilty. The report didn't come until May. And then the judge set a hearing to announce it and did do his thing. And then that's when he rejected it. And so when it was rejected, that's when we started going towards trial. And the trial didn't happen until January of the following year, 2004. So I just want to paint that context for you. So now if you ask me, so that's why I said on Garfield's channel or whatever, I wrote it all the way out.
Okay, so I had a good question. Okay, so we watch First 48 all the time, right? So they sometimes don't have a case at all. The person just pleads guilty and that's it. So and that they go to prison for, the charges. But that doesn't mean that there was ever a strong case or a case at all. This happens all the time, especially in the First 48. So now the other thing that we were shaky about was your opinion on, do you believe that there was a strong case? So basically, if he didn't plead guilty, do you think the prosecution case was strong enough to get him locked up?
Okay, so let me correct you again. His guilt, his plea was never an issue in the during the trial. So that had no bearing on the trial. I mean, now the publicity of his guilty plea, there was an issue of jury tainting of whether or not the jury was tainted and if they knew he pleaded guilty. Because once you know somebody that pleads guilty and find out that the judge rejected it and the person didn't pull it back or withdraw it, that the judge had to do it, you're going to be biased. And you're going to be like, oh, he must have did it. And then you're not going to be a fair and impartial juror. And so that was a huge issue in the case the whole time, whether or not the jury was biased or not based on that.
Yeah, but we don't know they were biased, right?
Right. So the both sides, you try your best to pull a jury and panel a jury of unbiased people, but we know all humans are biased and everything like that. But you do your best.
But what I'm trying to say is, like, there was no clear evidence that the jury was aware of the guilty plea, so therefore there wouldn't be any proof that they were unbiased on that.
Exactly. It never came up. They couldn't mention it. The lawyers could not mention that at all. That would have been suicide. It was never mentioned, never brought up whatsoever. You couldn't do that. That would have been crazy. So now back to your question though. In criminal court, the defense, counter to what people believe, you're not there to prove a person's innocence. You're there to you don't have to actually call a witness at all. The defense don't have to do anything. Actually, it's the prosecution that have to prove the guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And so what defense attorneys usually do is that they just do enough to cast doubt. And they want that doubt element to be there overwhelming so the jury can acquit. That's basically what a defense supposed to do. But in most people's minds, the defense is there to prove innocence. And so so to answer your question, as far as them having a strong case or this or that, this is what I explained on Garfield's show. You have people who are listed as victims of being molested. All right. Some of them who are listed as being molested are denying it.
Right.
And they're saying that the government is lying, the other victims are lying, and all that, and that York is innocent, that he didn't touch me, he didn't do any of this stuff to me. Not only did he not do it to me, he didn't do it to those people.
Okay.
And so if your name is listed in an indictment, which is a charge against a person, and you take the stand and say the government is lying, that casts doubt on the situation, does it not?
Yeah, but don't forget, this is a cult leader that has brainwashed people to love his personality. So this is not uncommon for people to side, with the person, the suspect,
But hold up, but you gotta slow it down. The jury doesn't know he's a cult leader like that. They're not supposed to. See, that's where you get the impartial jury from, because the evidence. Now the cult leader or the leader part of it came up in the case, so the jury has to be convinced that he's a leader that brainwashed people and this and that and third. They're not going to automatically think that. So that had to be part of the prosecution. The prosecution tried to paint that picture, and they painted that picture. They painted him as the mouthpiece, as the bona fide leader, the rule maker, the rule breaker, and all this other kind of stuff. They painted that in the courtroom to the jurors.
All right. So even with the cult leader thing being omitted, right, or X'd out, never brought into the situation, that we're talking about children saying, at some point he touched me, and then recanting it. Like, that doesn't look good, period. Because a child can be coached like this without the cult thing. A child can be coached out of something like that by their parents, relatives, be brainwashed just by the parent because they don't want to see a loved one being locked up. Like, we see that all the time.
Wait, where'd you get recant from? Because nobody recanted in the.
Well, I'm saying, okay, so when you say that there was people saying the government lying, they didn't touch him. So that means somebody had to say that child was touched by York at some point, right?
Yeah, but it wasn't. So let me just get a little context for that. You got several people listed, and I'm just gonna give a round number, 20.
Right.
And the person who is informing the government of this activity is naming people who they're telling the government who was molested. All the victims listed in the case aren't people who went to the government. Okay, so you only have a handful of people that actually went to the government. Everybody else that was listed was informed about it, and then the government interviewed them or sought them out and stuff like that. Right. So you have a group of them who never went to the government and never said anything happened ever. Okay? Right. So they didn't have to recant or anything. They just said that, hey, yo, I'm included in this case, but nothing happened to me.
Now, right. So, we see that all the time where you got people being molested by their uncles or, aunts or, a friend, a babysitter, and they were clearly molested, but they just won't tell anybody, and a lot of them are homosexual or lesbian because of that, but they will never admit to this day that somebody actually touched them.
Yeah, but you can't convict if you don't have if you don't prosecute a case, you can't convict. So if whether something happened to somebody or not, if that person is not willing to prosecute it by saying it happened.
Well, not all of them. You said that some of them said that it happened, but the other ones stood with their argument or their claim, right?
Okay, so.
But I'm wondering why they stayed on the indictment. Like, why didn't they drop them if they interviewed them and they said no, nothing ever happened to me.
Right. So we gotta understand why did they still say, hey, let's put them on as well. We gotta understand what was they thinking, or what proof, what like you said, they interviewed them. So what information did they gather from the interview to include them in the indictment?
Okay, so here's the thing. So, you know, I'm trying to give little summaries because, like I said on Garfield's show, this case is very, very, very complex, and it's a whole bunch of stuff. So I'm trying to just give enough so that everybody can get.
Oh, I wasn't asking for an explanation. I was asking on the prosecution's defense. It was sloppy for them not to remove him. That was my only point.
I know. But let me just give some. I'm gonna give a little context, so that y'all can understand what's going on. So you have 20 individuals who are listed as victims of molestation by York and others. All right, but we're gonna focus on York. Out of those 20, the government had access to most of them. Some of them who listed, they never even had a chance to interview ever at all. And some of them they did interview. But the reason why they were listed, you got to understand that the way that the charges were rolled out, that certain victims were attached to certain counts. Because York was indicted on a 13 count indictment. At the end of the day, he had 13 counts he was facing. And out of those 13 counts, certain victims matched certain counts. And so, like, for example, there's a count dealing with the Florida trip from Georgia to Florida, crossing the state line of Georgia to Florida and molesting someone in Florida, but traveling from Georgia to Florida and then committing that crime in Florida. That particular count involved a specific witness. And that witness said nothing ever happened to him. And guess what happened? The jury acquitted York on that count. So York was charged with 13 counts. He was only convicted on 11 of the 13 counts. One of the counts he was acquitted on was the count I just said, and then the other count was a forfeiture count, the 11th count. Count 8 and count 11 or 12 was acquitted. So he was only convicted on 11 counts. So that's why the prosecution does that. It's something that they do all the time. And you know, the average person may not know this and they don't have no reason to, but when you get into it and you understand how prosecutors prosecute cases and stuff like that, and you learn about it, it's happened every day, all day. They will load up a case on anything that they think is provable, even though at the time of trial they may not be able to convince a jury of it, you know, still. You see what I'm saying? So that's
as many counts out there as you can get. 500. Put 500 out there.
Well, in the state he had 208. He had 208 counts in the state, and they reduced it to 77. They reduced it to 77 by the time he pled, but it was 208. You know. But anyway, so on my point,
you do it for the person to take a plea too. You jack it up, so you can say, "Listen, you got this many. Listen, this off." You see what I'm saying?
Right. To go from 208 to 77 is a big difference. You'd be like, "Oh, whoo, thank you." You know, you mess around me thanking them. But hold up. But here's the thing, though. What people got to understand is that in the federal case, the prosecution they work with what they feel that they can prove, and with the element of York being a leader that whose word is bond and law, that people listen to and stuff like that, they felt that they could convince the jury that even the people listed who are in denial, that they're in denial only for reasons of psychological reasons, and they even had an expert witness tendered to testify about how people deny abuse, and all that was going on in the case as well. So then we had, you know, the defense. We had a witness to counter that witness, and so on and so forth. That's how it works. So it's not a matter of taking them off. It's a matter of you showing that they're there, they should be there, and the only reason why they're denying it is because of these psychological reasons. And the fact that York is the leader, his word is law, and he is in control, and this and that. So they painted a picture of York in that courtroom of being the absolute leader. And so the defense to that was that, no, he's not the leader. He's the founder of the organization, and he had many leaders. The organization had many leaders. And this is what I was saying to the sister. The brother asked me, is it a cult or organization? And I was saying overall, people will call it a cult, but it's also organization because it had several organizations, plural. And I started naming them. And the brothers had a problem with me saying organization. I'm like, why? Because organizations can become cults.
Right.
All the time, anytime.
Yeah.
And you and there's no laws against cults. Ever. I dare somebody to pull up a law against a cult. No, it's a law against human beings, against businesses as persons and organizations, not cults.
Yeah.
So cult is a layman's term. On the indictment, there's never the word cult.
Yeah, no, you're right. I researched this and I couldn't even. It's exactly right.
Right. There's no word cult in the indictment. It's a criminal. They deemed it as a criminal enterprise, and you can only
Yeah, I was gonna say if you Google cult, you're gonna get
cult's not necessarily a bad thing.
Yeah, you can get culture or something else.
Yeah. But I'm saying the guy who asked me that, I don't understand why he had a problem with me saying both, because it does fit the description of a cult, but it definitely fit the description.
Yeah, I was unaware of the difference as well. When you said both, I was disagreeing too until I looked it up, and then I was wrong that it could definitely be both. So you got some cults that small groups that are not orgs, but then you got some cults that are orgs.
Yeah, exactly. Whole organizations. And when the brother asked me about Jim Jones, I'm like, that's both too. if you study Jim Jones, he had an organization. It just flipped into a cult. Because see, remember, a cult is a descriptive term after the fact, or later.
Yeah.
Nobody sets out and say, "Hey, I am going to start a cult." People start a mission, they start an organization, they start this and stuff, and then it turns into a cult. But it's always, always an organization.
I think that's a good example, though, like even on that minor scale of how people cannot have an understanding and argue from a point of really making a judgment, like you're wrong, but it's no, I'm not. You don't have enough background on this. You don't have enough understanding for you to have this or even ask the question. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
It was just, it's crazy to me that people will argue and not, and before, even if he said, I don't think so, but in the midst of him going back and forth, could have easily Googled.
Yeah.
Just to check yourself to make sure you're standing firmly in your position. Let me make sure I'm not tripping. Yeah. Even though I think I know, let me check myself. But to continue to argue, it's a little crazy to me. And I think people don't do enough self-checking.
Right.
Yeah. And I was going to say what was just interesting is that that I said both. Like I'm trying to figure out why he had a problem. Like it's like he wanted.
Right. You admitted that it was a cult.
He thought an organization was implicitly good.
Yeah, but the thing is,
was implicitly bad. And both are wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like,
here's the thing: the guy just wanted Wudjau to say it was a cult, and he did by saying both.
Exactly. I
but no, he had an issue with him identifying it as an organization.
I know, but initially all he wanted to hear was Wudjau, because he didn't think Wudjau would possibly would say it was a cult. But when he did, that shocked him, and he made the argument against an organization. And I'm guilty too, because I thought Wudjau was wrong as well. I looked it up, and I realized he was right.
Listen, I've been doing this for years, y'all. Y'all don't understand that York was arrested in May of 2002. I didn't leave the organization until 2009. I joined the organization in 1992. So I was in it from 1992 until 2009 overall. But as far as his legal stuff, it was in 2002 when he was arrested. So I've been doing this a long time. So when I speak, I mean what I say, and I say what I mean, and I choose my words carefully. Like, I say what I mean. When I tell people I was at ground zero, I mean I was at ground zero. When I say it's both, it's both. It is styled as a cult, and it's organization. It was business. York was brilliant at a genius at the organization or the businesses that he had and how those expanded and developed. He wouldn't have been able to buy that 476 acres of land if he was just some Joe Smo
Well, let me ask you a question.
Let me can I ask a question?
Go ahead, bro.
I'm about because like based on the show, like in the chat, right? There are people who are concerned with the meticulous matters that happen with the court, you know, some of the minutia, right? And but there are also people who are in the chat that they're not really concerned with that because he's already in jail. That's like it's a done deal.
Right.
So when they come to you and they ask Wudjau what's going on, it's more of a like man, like you were there, like how'd you feel when that happened? Like how close you to yours? Like they wanna peel the layers of you and see what your emotional investment was like.
And also
they want to know your story. Yeah, they want to know your story.
All right, so let me share. All right, let me share something with y'all. Let me paint a picture. I did this earlier with some folks. I want to paint a picture real quick to y'all. So here you have I'm gonna be brief. Here you have an organization that has its genesis in the 1970s as the Ansar Allah community, right? It unfolds and develops into a black owned organization, black led organization for, of, and by black people, right? So it has elements of RGB, do for self, elements of NOI, elements of more science, elements of all these different things that everybody likes, that all, you know, we pump our fists in the air for. You have an organization like that. York, I'm just giving you some bits and pieces. York moves from New York, comes down to the backyards of Georgia. He buys 476 acres of land, which is a lot of territory, a lot of land. Okay.
That's when you came in contact when he came to Atlanta. Like you wasn't in New York.
No, I wasn't. I didn't live in New York. Exactly.
All right.
So he moves to Georgia, with this whole, you know, this whole thing that I'm painting a picture of. And so he buys this land, and the land is supposed to be for us to build up and do for self and have farms, have housing, have this, have that, have commercial stuff, all the stuff that we love and we want, right? And then, so in doing so, in the doctrine itself, the same way with the Nation of Islam, the white man is the devil. Okay, so we know that a black leader who is preaching and teaching that the white man is the devil and all this and that, we know that that's gonna make them mad. So here we are in the smack dab middle of the Bible Belt in Georgia, in the backyard of where they filmed the show Dukes of Hazzard, Confederate flags everywhere. Okay, that's where we were, and so we're right there. So we're trying to build, we're trying to put houses. We get double wide trailers, bring them up on the land to bring some families to move on the land, this, that, and the third. We're building Egyptian statues and artifacts and all this other kind of stuff, right? And then all of a sudden, the townspeople, the officials in town come in and puts an end to it, what we're doing. We saw that as expected because the devil's gonna do what the devil does.
Right.
So the devil doesn't want us to progress, and man, they're gonna attack another black leader and this, that, and the third. This is way before any criminal charges. All right. I'm talking like 1997, 98. Okay. Yeah. So this is what
I bought the land in 92.
93. He bought the land in 93.
All right.
Okay. So here we are in 1998, 97, 98, 99, right? So for 3 years, no, actually up until his arrest, he was arrested in 2002. From 1997, 98, all the way to 2002, we're trying to build, and we're being blocked. So the average person and members of the organization, we saw that as the white man messing with us because they don't want to see us progress. We got all this land. We snuck in under their nose and bought this land. You know, we don't even know how he bought the land, because if they knew he was black, they probably wouldn't let him buy the land. You know, all this other kind of stuff. You know, he finagled it. Okay, so we saw that as normal. So we're just pushing back, like man. So we have this battle. It was the Nubians versus the Putnam County Planning and Zoning agency and stuff like that. So we were doing this for years. And so what happens is, by the time 2002 comes, when they charge him criminally, what people don't understand is that in the minds of the members of the organization, it was just a continuation. It's like the government stepped it up. We like, oh, word, y'all gonna come at him like that? Like, okay, you can't, you trying to block our progress and this and that and want to allow us to open this building and close this building down, whatever. Now you trying to come at him like that using the children. So at the initial onset, we all thought it was just an elevated effort to shut him down, to shut the organization down, and to shut him down as a black leader and this, that, and the third. Okay. So as it unfolds, so I'm just painting the mentality for y'all in the majority of the members' mind. So it was a continuum. They didn't come out the blue and just snatch him up. It was the years. Remember, I'm saying from 97 to 2002, that's 5 years. 5 years of court battles with zoning stuff, civil stuff, no criminal, civil stuff. And then it switched to criminal. So by default, everybody's gonna think, oh man, they stepping it up. So man, how we defend against that? So that's the position we had. Defense, defense, defense. And so I just want to lead that up, and then I could tell y'all more after that. But I want to lead y'all up to that point, because now here's the thing, and this is what Nuwapians don't either realize or don't even want to talk about, elephant in the room. When we were saying that the white man is the devil and that we were being blocked because they're just doing their devilishment, what we didn't realize, and this is what I explained on Garfield's show. I was trying to explain to the sister. Hold up. I hear a lot of
That's me, my bad.
Okay. This is what I was trying to explain as brief as I could on Garfield's show, is that the problems we had with the planning and zoning thing was our fault, was the Nuwapians' fault. It wasn't them. It was the Nuwapians' fault, and the organization.
Why? Because y'all were actually doing it wrong, or like what was the issue?
Okay, so I'm gonna give you an example. I give you many. I'm gonna give you one. Okay, and this is a big one. So we built a full-fledged nightclub called Ramsey's Social Club, and most people said Ramsey's nightclub, but it was officially called Ramsey's Social Club. Ramsey's the second social club. It was 100-foot by 50-foot silo that we converted into a full-fledged club. Okay, it served food. It had a kitchen. It had a restaurant, I should say, because we had tables. People waited tables. People ordered food. We had a store in there. We had a full-fledged DJ booth, a stage, a state-of-the-art equipment, lights, dance floor, everything in there. But guess what? When we filed for a permit, a building permit, we only asked for it to be a storage building with no plumbing and minimal electricity. That's it. And that's what was on the records. So here's the thing. How in the world could you file a permit for just a storage building with minimal electricity, no plumbing, no occupancy license, and then turn that into a full-fledged club with stacking people, charging at the door, serving food, doing all that stuff, and not expect the officials to come and say something? You see what I'm saying? That's an example.
So the white man wasn't the devil. He was right.
Right. So, but in our minds, we saw that as, oh man, they messing with us. They trying to close down our club, our social club. And I'm gonna tell you how it happened. Because we opened it and everything was good. Matter of fact, it opened on Halloween that year. It opened, I think, in 1998, Halloween of 1998, I believe. Somebody probably correct me, but somewhere around there. I know it was Halloween, right? And everything was all good. It opened, man, it was success. I mean, it was jam-packed. People outside, people inside. I mean, the whole thing, it was like huge thing. So word spread around the town folks, the Edenton, city of Edenton, the people who lived there. And then the residents of Edenton started to inquire and wanted to come to the club. And so some people who lived in Edenton came to the club when it was open a few nights and stuff. So word got out, and then the news agencies got wind of it, and so they wanted to do an interview. They wanted to do a news broadcast on the property, like who are y'all, what you got going on, and included the club. And so when the news, I think it was Fox 5, they came to the land, and one of the brothers gave the reporter a tour and allowed the reporter to interview him. And when in that interview, he told the reporter, asked, like, what's in here? Because they were walking up to the club. He said, what's in here? And he said, yes, it's a Ramsey's social club and whatever. And he asked him, do y'all serve alcohol? And the brother said, yes, on public TV, public TV. And then once that was broadcast, that was the beginning of the major problems, because the sheriff and the zoning folks in the county office got wind of that, and then they came on the land and shut it down. That's what people don't understand. That's what people don't
alcohol
understand.
without license and all types of stuff.
Well, I mean, the whole building was not even supposed to be what it was. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
So I'm just saying, most Nuwaubians never knew that at the time, and even now. So if anybody's watching, they're hearing this for the first time. Sometimes some of them. Now, I made this clear when I was a Nuwaubian, though. But
they thought everything was status. They thought everything was status quo. All bases were covered, and they were still trying to just full court put the press on y'all. Exactly,
like the devil's doing what devils do. You know what I'm saying? That was the mentality. So I just want to give y'all that context, because that was going on in everybody's mind. And so what led up from there, leading all the way up to the criminal stuff, you know, we just looking at it as all the same stuff, because it involved the same sheriff, because the sheriff is the one who escorted the building inspector on the land every time, you know, and all the other kind of stuff. So we just saw it as just a continuation. Like they turned up, and then we had to turn up. That was basically how it was, you know, and so that's the original climate at that time, me included. I'm looking like, yo, man, what we gonna do? You know, like, dang, because I'm there, I'm living there, you know, I'm dealing with everything. I'm like, man, why we do that? And then I started to get involved with the planning and zoning issues. And again, this is prior to York being arrested and all the criminal stuff. When I saw that stuff happen, I was like, yo, are we, you know, I had to think, I'm like, are we doing something wrong? Because I can't believe that they're doing this kind of stuff and getting away with it. So I looked into it, and then I started getting involved, and I started going down to the planning and zoning myself with the landowners, with the agent of the land. And then I started being a person to pick up permits or submits, be a witness to when the permits were submitted, stuff like that. And that's when I found out, like, oh, yo, y'all are doing it wrong. Talking to the other Nuwaubians who were doing that stuff, man. Y'all, you can't do this. We can't put in there for a storage building and then open up a full-fledged nightclub. You can't have this as a storage building. Everything was listed as a storage building. The only thing that wasn't listed as a storage building was the very first pyramid that was built. That was supposed to be a school at first. It was supposed to be a school, and we called it the Pyramid School. And it was patterned after an existing building in Edenton that was an insurance agency. And so a contracting company that was actually a white-owned contracting company came on the land and built that first pyramid. And a lot of people don't know that. They think that Nuwaubians built that. But that was a contracting company that came in and built that. That was the only one that was up to par, because obviously they're going to do it right.
Damn, I thought y'all built that.
Nah.
Because I got to Georgia in '99, saw some of the stuff. All right, Cole. So was there, wouldn't they claiming that there was some type of fraud going on, like the death certificate or something like that was on the news, something like that with the Nuwaubians? Like they were some type of thing they were doing with forging like death certificate and using people that was supposed to be dead, something like that. Was that part of the case or no?
Nah, that wasn't. I don't know what. You must be talking about something real old where they were accused. This is before Georgia period. They were accused of welfare fraud and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That was before my time. That was up in New York. Yeah, so I don't know about that. That didn't come up in none of that stuff. But so that everybody has to understand the climate with that. So by the time the criminal stuff came up, it was business as usual for us and members. You know, it was like, yo, they turned up, and they you know, they are coming after, they're trying to stop this thing. And you got to understand, in our mind, we're like, we must be doing something right, because they, you know, for them to pay so much attention to us and try to shut us down, man, we must be doing something right. You know, that's the sentiment that people had, you know. And so I stepped in because, see, my background is science. My background is computer science, and even on the debating side, you know, I was trained as a debater and stuff like that. So in my mind, the way I analyze and have a logical awareness about things, I had to step in, even though at first I had nothing to do with the zoning stuff. Even me living there, my job and my responsibilities had nothing to do with the building permits or none of that stuff. But I stepped up and was like, yo, something has to be going wrong, either us or them. Now, I didn't think it was us. I said, it's them. It must be something that we can say and do. So when I looked into it and I got involved, I found out that it was really us. At the time, I was like, man, I'm looking at the permit, the original permit. I'm looking at the amendment and stuff. I'm like, man, that's why they're able to padlock this building. That's why they're able to do this. And I'm thinking at the time, like, if I can see this and figure this out, then man, we got the wrong people handling and managing the building permits on the land. In my mind, I was like, yeah, we got some incompetent folks doing this stuff. So I got involved more. I started working with the agent of the land, and started going in there. And that's when, so you gotta understand, the building that I worked in on the land was the only one of two buildings that was legal, fully legal. And that speaks volume. I got involved, and I used to work in the studio, the music studio. I was the head engineer in the studio. The studio and that very first pyramid that was ever built on land, those are the only two buildings that was fully legit. Fully legit. Everything else, the Ramsey Social Club never opened back up. It never opened back up. You know, so, and then we had a temple. We had other buildings there. The Black Pyramid was never used. If y'all see pictures, y'all see the Black Pyramid. There's two pyramids on there. The very first one is we changed it to brown and stuff. It was originally white. It was a white pyramid, and we changed it to that stone look and brown and stuff like that. It ended up being, it was supposed to be a pyramid school at first. Then it became a microwave restaurant. It was a pyramid restaurant. It was a bookstore in the bottom, and then on the second floor it was a restaurant. We had a bunch of microwave ovens and freezers where people can get their food out the freezer, pay for it, and then microwave it, sit there and chill out and eat and stuff like that. That's what it was.
So listen, so I came to Georgia in '99, right? And you know, the stories were coming back like, yo, you got to come to the pyramid. They said Dr. York levitated. You know what I'm saying? These type of stories coming back, right?
Yeah.
And I remember my cousin brought me the pamphlet, and you know, he had drawings of different aliens and stuff like that. When did that type of doctrine even enter in, or was that in from the beginning, or did that come later on?
No, okay, that's a good question. So and this is where people who know me now and don't know me from back then, and they know me now and they appreciate, you know, how I deal with things and what I teach and all this other kind of stuff. And they wonder, when they found out I used to be a Nawab, and they wonder like, yo, how did you get caught up into that? So let me just paint a quick scenario. When York first started as the Ansar Allah community, York was teaching Islam, and he was teaching Islam in the pristine purity. Okay, he was a strict Quranic Muslim, teaching from the Quran. He did not care about the Hadith or none of that stuff. Abu Bakr and all that other kind of stuff. It was strictly the Quran, the words of Allah. And when he was a Muslim and the organization was in Islam, it was solid. Even to this very day, not too many people can even try to battle the organization on the Islamic aspects of the organization, because one, York learned Arabic. He used to read the Quran directly, translate it, and all that. Okay, so in the books, if you talk about something, he quote the Quran, he'll give the Arabic script, he'll give the transliteration, and he'll give his translation, the whole nine. All right, and as a Muslim, he was battling other Muslims because his whole thing was, this is pure Islam. We're not the Orthodox or Sunni Muslims or none of that stuff. We are strict Muslims, El Islam, Muslim and everything. And so when he was in the school of Islam, they call it a school, the school of Islam, nobody could really touch him, and so he earned the trust of a whole lot of people because here it is, this man, this black man who knows Arabic, knows how to read the Quran and lives it, because he bought property in Bushwick, New York, a whole city block, and he built the city block up similar to what the Nation of Islam did or does. He built up a whole city block, and if you walk down the block, you see everybody dressed in white. You see the restaurant, they had a Hall of Knowledge, the restaurant and everything on Bushwick Avenue, and then the adjacent streets, right? Hart Street and all that. And so he lived it. So he walked the walk and talked the talk. Okay. From there, he came out of Islam. Later on, he came out of Islam and started to debate all of Islam. And while he was, let me back up. While he was a Muslim, he was debating Christians and Jews. Okay. Judaism and Christianity. He was debating and saying Islam is where it's at. Islam is where it's at. And that's what attracted a lot of people. So he would be that person that would battle a Christian. And to this very day, can't nobody really mess with those books where he's pointing out things in the Bible, the mistakes in the Bible, similar to what Garfield does with the contradiction in the Bible stuff. York did that too. You know what I'm saying? In the books and everything like that. Okay. So that attracts a lot of people. Cause like, oh man, he busting them up. Then he eventually left Islam and did the same thing with Islam as a total, completely. And that attracted more people because, oh man, now he's not religious at all. Oh, where, I'm jumping on board. He attacking all religions. So yes, the heck with religion, period. Okay, bye. And people got on with that. It was called right knowledge. It was all about science, all about, evidence, experience, and reasoning. Experience, evidence, and reasoning, sound right reasoning, and all this other kind of stuff. That was in 92. That was when he, switched out and it came into it around 1992 when he came out with the Right Knowledge Scroll, the book. Okay. So that happened. Now, but mind you, he gained the trust, and when you try to verify stuff, boom, everything checks out. Then at some point, so here's what leads to what you're saying, King Sosa. At some point, he started to talk about Mesopotamia, the Gilgamesh epics, the Atrahasis, the Enuma Elish, and all those things, and the whole Zechariah Sitchin stuff. Enki, Murdoch, Enlil, Anunnaki, Ninti, Orishkigal, Nergal, Omar Utu, Murdoch, all those characters in the Mesopotamian stories, he started to use those things and started talking about it in the first person. He started to embody Murdoch, which was a character in these myths. Like he drove Nibiru, which he said was a spaceship. It was a planet, Planet X and all the other kind of stuff, that he's the one that drove it and smashed into planet Earth, which was called Tiamat. And it formed the moon, which was called, you had the Igigi and the Anunnaki and all this other kind of stuff. There was a being, like he said, the name of the moon, Lunar, we get lunar month, was the actual deity's name, Luna, because he was a lunatic. And he wanted to explode plutonium and man, just a bunch of stuff. At that point is when the shift happened. It was at that point, and that came a little later. Okay, so now he's in Georgia at that time though. So he moved to Georgia in 1993. Okay, so it was that transition moving from New York to Georgia where the doctrine changed drastically. It changed over. Okay, so that's what you're talking about. And from there, so here's what happens. So you gain the trust of a lot of people. All your information checks out. It's beautiful. You're doing your thing. You're raising neighborhoods and all this other kind of stuff. Once you get that on lock, now you change it up, and the people are already loyal now. So it's like, okay, if he's right about all that stuff, then maybe he's right about this too. You see what I'm saying? And that's how it works. That's why I say, you know, it's
Yeah, that happens. That's kind of happens a lot. That's kind of how they do it. That's normally how it's done. You get the trust is built up, so where you feel confident, like they put you on so many things you didn't know. Now you have to trust that these other things you didn't know is true too, because I didn't know the other stuff.
right.
I
Exactly.
get it.
So that's how it
when he
flows.
came with the new, so when he came with the new stuff, it wasn't really much opposition. Pretty much, they pretty much just.
There you go. And that's the point. There wasn't much opposition, and the way the organization was set up, it didn't allow you to pause and investigate, because by that time everything was very moving very quickly. They moved from New York to Georgia. It was building projects, you know, 476 acres of land, all this other kind of stuff. Books was coming out like left and right. A new book will come out like every 2 weeks. You ain't even have time to read the first one, the other one, and now another new one come out, and you got to keep up and stuff. So people stop investigating and, you know, investigating information, because so much was going on, so much things to do, so much things to, you know, deal with and stuff, as far as the organization part of it, you know, raising a community, raising an organization of people and stuff like that. So that was going on. And those who did, you know, they end up falling off. There was a mass exodus from the land. You know, there was a mass exodus from the land. There was a group of people who just left, up and left one day, and
because the doctor switch.
Yeah, they eventually got up enough nerve to just leave the land. And these were the college age folks at the time. They just up and left. You know, it was about a group of, I had to count, about 5 people at one time. That was the biggest exit from living there, and then wake up, they're not there anymore, because they started to investigate and they were seeing, okay, well, York got this. And see, this is the thing about York, as far as the doctrine goes, right? He positioned himself as the central figure of whatever school of thought he was teaching. So when he was teaching Mesopotamian information, he became the key character in it. So he became Murdoch, like literally. He channeled Murdoch. There's a book that he wrote called Man from Planet Risk, where he says 8 entities utilize him as a medium to channel information. And so Murdoch was one of them. When he was talking about the Sons of the Green Light, as an appendage organization to Islam, he became El Khidr, which is the green one. When he was teaching about Egypt and stuff, he became Atum Re, or Atum, and then Atum Ra, Atum Re. So he becomes the central figure. Freemasonry, he became Brother John. So he's the central figure of every school that he ends up talking about. When he was teaching Christianity, he was Melchizedek. He was the angel Michael. Mikael.
Yeah, that's what I did hear that part. Yeah. I did hear him being referred to as Melchizedek at one point.
Yeah, Melchizedek. Malachi Zodok. That's his name. Malachi York. Malachi Zodok York. He's changed his name legally to MZ York. Malachi Zodok York. Not the Zodok part legally, but Malachi York. That was his legal name. He legally changed his name to Malachi York. You know him as El Imam Isa al Hadi al Mahdi when he was in El Islam or Islam. He changed it. So that's where things got, you know. But now here's how it went down though. The change happened right simultaneous during the time that he wrote a series of books called the God series, where he's asking questions about God that other people are afraid. So every book had a title. The title of every book was a question. So he had one book called Does God Need Love? Another book, Does God Need Religion? Another book, Does God Help His Own? And so he had a God series of books, and everybody was feeling them because he was questioning it. And in the content of the book, he was making points about stuff, you know. And then on top of that, he had a series of books called the Right Knowledge series, which was supposed to deal with reasoning, logic and reasoning and science stuff. It was supposed to be anti-religious, and that attracted people. So why you got that going on? So I'm trying to paint the picture for y'all. So why you got that going on? That's the atmosphere, that's the environment, and that spans, months and stuff like that. All of a sudden, preparation for the Supreme Mathematics books, The Man from Planet Risk, extraterrestrial, and creation, all these other kind of books came out, which was really Zachariah Sitchin, type of information.
Yeah. Eric Van Doniken. I read Zachariah Sitchin, like the war between gods and men and all that other stuff. I read some of those books. Yeah.
So I hope you understand what I'm saying. So that's why York, the transition was gradual. Like, you didn't have time. So it's like, man, okay, if he's right about this, that, and the third, and man, he walks the walk and talks the talk, then he possibly right about this over here. And then you let it go. You let it go, and you just get busy. It's like, what you gonna do now? Let's build this nation. Let's build this community. So then you had the Moorish doctrine, the United Arabian Nation of Moors, and all this other kind of stuff. So anyway, so hopefully y'all get the picture of how and why prominent people can be involved. Because see, I've met a lot of people. You'd be surprised. Like I said, one of my major duties, I was like a jack of all trades, but one of my major responsibilities was audio visual. So I was a person in the studio and dealt with video and audio. And I had opportunity to meet a lot of people. And so you'd be surprised, like Music Soul Child, Sherelle, Lil Jon before he blew up, Jagged Edge, Daryl Brown, which is the son of James Brown.
Was Andre 3000 out there?
Nah.
They suspected him when he started changing, because right around that time he started changing his dress. Erykah Badu, he was starting doing weird.
Badu. No, listen, yeah. Erykah Badu was, yes. Erykah Badu was. Listen. Erykah Badu was managed by Massenberg, Kedar Massenberg's management. And Kedar Massenberg is Dr. York's nephew. Is York's nephew.
Yeah, so she's got a lot of Wapian tendencies.
Yeah, that's the connection there. But she's been on land. Like I've met her, sat with her and everything. You have Floetry before they blew up. Jimmy Cliff, the famous reggae artist, Jimmy Cliff. And I can name a lot more, but I'm saying you had Force MDs. I met them, chill with them. And I'm not talking about meeting just like, seeing them. I'm talking about meeting and sitting down, chilling in the studio with these people. And what's his name? James Ingram. He passed away now, but James Ingram came through.
Yeah. I remember that time he was developing a strong hold on the music scene.
Yeah. So I'm saying, so this doctrine and the whole climate as a whole was very attractive. It was very attractive. And so people can't just act like it's just some fluke out there. And, so people got to keep it real all the way around the board. And that's where I'm at with it. Keep it real all the way around the board. You want to talk about the legal stuff, talk about it. You want to talk about the doctrine, talk about it. You want to talk about the community aspect or the organization aspect, talk about it. But do it correctly. Know what you're saying. If you don't, then just shut up. That's it. That's the bottom line. And so because I was there, I can speak empirically about a lot of things where other people can't. Some people had never met York. Like Polite never met York.
What?
Never.
Come on, man. Like, you fucking my mind up with that one right there. So did he really marry one of his daughters, or is that true, or like?
Man, all I can say is that Polite came down the land after York was arrested. He didn't become involved until after York's arrest. He never met the man.
Oh, so you did see Polite down at the land?
Yeah. I remember when he first came. Sakina Mount Vernon, we used to call it Sakina Mount Vernon, a sister named Sakina in New York used to come down and bring busloads of people. She used to bring at least one charter bus load of people down from New York to Georgia. one or two, and he was part of a crew that came down for we had a Savior's Day, like Nation of Islam had a Savior's Day, the Nuwabians had a Savior's Day as well, and so he came down with the rest of the New York crew. He and his wife. That's when I first saw them and met them. And you got to understand. See, this is a difference too. Let me say this too. Living on the land, and it's true for everything, right? When you live somewhere and you see something every day, it's not it's numb to you. Like it's not that special to you. But if you don't live there and you come there, man, it's the biggest thing. It's bigger than life. So it was crazy when I used to see people come on the land, how they reacted to it. And I get it, but me living there and seeing how things are made, how it's built, and what was here beforehand and stuff, you forget that other people see it differently. And I say that because when Sakina would bring people down or anybody come on the land, they used to be in awe of the land. Like, oh man, and they be fanatical. I'm talking about people we used to have this ritual called the Mugaraj, where you walk around the paths of the Black Pyramid and you would say certain chants in the corner and raise your hands and put them down and stuff like that. I swear, man, people would take that stuff to heart. You talk about people, religious folks. They used to come, take your shoes off, put a different costume on, and walk the path. It was 12 paths in, 12 paths out. And you would say certain things at each corner to each deity and all this other kinds of 24 elders, 24 deities, 12 paths, 12 times 2 is 24, all that kind of stuff. And me living there, I remember one time everybody was performing Mugaraj, so it was crowded up in there. It was people walking the path, right? And it was getting dark. And so on the land, we had to manually turn on certain lights and certain things. And so me being audio visual or whatever, I was in charge of turning on certain lights and certain things. So the Black Pyramid was one of the places I had to go. And so people are like in a spiritual moment, doing their Mugaraj, and here I come. And mind you, I wish I could show y'all as I'm telling you this. Hold on, let me see if I can pull up a picture. Cause y'all have to see this to get what I'm saying, to appreciate what I'm saying. But I'm gonna tell you and see if I can pull it up. But the Black Pyramid had a maze. It was a labyrinth where you walk in, and then you had to go around and around and around in these square pathways, straight lines.
How big was the pyramid? How big was that pyramid?
I mean, it was pretty big. It was the same size, roughly the same size as the first pyramid. So it was a nice size. But what was around it was even bigger. So we had these paths, this wall. It was a pathway where you had to walk. And there was only one way in and one way out. And once you get in, you got to walk all the way around, and then you reverse, you come back out. And so instead of me walking the path, going all the way around it 12 times or whatever the case is, I used to just climb the walls. And so here you got people who are real spiritual, taking it like serious and stuff like that. And here I come.
Are you talking about Egypt?
I'm just climbing the wall. I'm just climbing over, just walking all in front of people, because that's how, it was nothing really special to me because I was there, you know what I'm saying? And so I had to turn on the light. So I'm like, okay, let me climb the wall, turn on the light, and I come back out and leave, And that was funny because when people come, and you made me think of it, when people like Polite came, they would be dressed up and take it serious.
Yeah, Polite was a fanatic. He was all the way in though. He was in.
Oh, the things in Georgia.
The Black
Hey, Wudjau, I got a question.
Yeah.
Okay, so he built great things on the land. Well, great, images at least. Now, was it forbidden for the members to get like a job, as we say, work for the white man? Like, was that forbidden?
Nah, members, nah, Nah, a lot of people had jobs.
Okay.
Oh, so y'all had regular. Okay, I thought y'all was strictly working. I didn't even know that. Yeah.
So why was, from what I heard, why was there a heavy emphasis on getting some money together? I heard the stories about the selling products to pay a weekly fee. Why the heavy emphasis on that if people just could get a regular job and pay that fee easily?
No, okay, so if I understand you correctly, the way that the organization was structured was like a franchise system. So you had the home base or home office, and then you had duplicates called bookstores or tabernacles, which, that doubled role of being a bookstore and a tabernacle in different cities around the United States. They had one in the Caribbean, one in London, and then all over the United States. So just like the Nation of Islam set up temples, well, the Nubians set up bookstores. And so that's how the income came in. So that was the distribution system of York's books, was through the bookstores. So the people who ran the bookstores, they didn't have a job. That was their job.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So that was the difference. But regular members, yeah, they did what they did. They just do whatever.
So I have a follow-up question. Okay, so now, other than selling his own products, right? Because that's what most people do, when they have an organization. Was there ever a thought, or that I'm unaware of, that he felt like he should, open up a business that appeals to the nation, not just his members?
Nah, everything was geared towards a Nubian audience.
Right.
Basically. It was geared towards a Nubian audience or geared level of non-Nubians, but a majority of the information was geared towards the membership. And that's how it was styled. Even in the Ansar-ullah days, you have certain things that was designed to attract people. Yeah. But then the rest of the majority of things were people who were already members, because you have to already be a member to really understand some of that stuff anyway.
Yeah, right. So don't you think like that, Black people, period, in this country, like when we do stuff like that, like that's a big hindrance in our like growth, when we just like focus on, like when we say buy Black, like we just focus on the Black customer or client only, and not the rest of the world, right?
Well, yeah, it depends on I guess you got to take a case by case thing, but yeah, overall, yeah.
For the ones who actually do that, that just focus on just a Black audience only, and just exclude the rest of the the world and nation.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, it's just depends on what it's about, but yeah, that island mentality of trying to isolate yourself is very detrimental. In a lot of cases. Some cases it's not, but in a lot of cases it is.
Yeah, I'm reading my economic books, and like that's like putting an embargo on yourself.
Yeah, there you go.
It is to a certain degree, but it don't necessarily have to be, because everybody is not going to be your consumer anyway. So you always gonna have a target audience.
Yeah.
That target audience could be the Black person, but your business does need to have the ability to be able to grow and expand.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. Like most Black people in like certain cultures, like just market towards themselves, and that's it, without the thought of the entire nation, patronizing or consuming the products and services. And I don't see, based upon what I'm reading, I don't see how even Egypt, like went all across the world, or across as many nations that they can. I don't see how you can be successful just limiting your market.
You can
Now I would say I think he could have been successful, but so the genre he's in is pretty much like religion. I mean, to some degree. So you have to look at his competitors. Will he be able to? Because that's kind of sold up. Either people don't believe altogether, they Christian, they Muslim. These are his competitors really. So he would have to be able to kind of steal the competition.
Yeah, but I was talking about from a generic nation success, bar, not from his own little lane.
Like you could do it though, Unbiased. Like, but you got to have like a large community. Like let's take Atlanta for example. In Norcross or Gwinnett, there's a large Asian community. In this whole area, everything's Asian. You see what I'm saying? But they're selling products that the Asian people need. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, so, I get it.
So it's a different setup than an African American, where it's just American. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, because their stores, we are never going to go in their stores.
Exactly, because they're selling like some ear or particular noodles that only they eat.
Right. Yeah. I get it. My bad. Yeah, so there's a level.
Let me show y'all what I was talking about. If y'all can see my screen now,
Yeah.
this
that looks dope.
Yeah, that look dope.
listen, the land. What nobody will ever be able to take away is the outward appearance of the organization in terms of how things looked, how things were built, and stuff like that. Nobody will ever be able to take that away.
That's dope.
And stuff like that. Well, I want to showing y'all
over 500 acres of land, right?
Yeah, 476.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. That's crazy.
Okay, so this is the Black Pyramid I was talking about. So if y'all can see my cursor, this is where you enter the labyrinth. These white, this white is right here is cinder block wall. It's a white wall, and so you enter right here, and then you can see the pathways. You got to go down here. It's a maze. So you go all the way around, then you end up in the middle, going towards the Black Pyramid, the pyramid itself. And then around here, within this yellow part, you don't see it there because it's empty, but that was water. That was filled with water. So it was water here, and then the red, the yellow sidewalk or whatever that you march around. And so this was a whole ritual. There's certain things you do at each corner. You come in here, you jog all the way around, and then you go back out. You got to go back out the way you came in. And so what I'm saying is, you see this little pyramid here? This little pyramid here was 4 of them. You got 1, 2, 3, 4. So you got the Black Pyramid in the middle, and then 4 small pyramids around there. Inside this one was the electrical switches and stuff for all the lights that are around the pyramid. This light, that light, that light, that light. So at night we had to light it up, and so that was something that I did. That was my job. So you got people walking in this labyrinth, doing their ritual, and then here I come. I'm walking along right here. I'm like, I'm not walking around. So I would just climb the walls and then walk over here, turn the stuff on, and climb back and leave. That's what I was showing y'all.
So the ritual, like, was it something that y'all created himself, or was it something y'all took from Kemet?
No, it was York made it up. It was called the Mugaraj, and it was a completely
Is a Mugaraj like a what's that, like? Sounds Arabic or something? Is that?
Yeah, it is.
So Sosa and Amber. So now if you're selling, I just thought about it. If you're selling food, it's easy to sell that because you're gonna eat it and it's gone. You get it again. But if the idea is open up bookstores, once you buy the books, it's gonna need to go back and buy it again.
Okay, so now here's the thing. So this is why books came out so frequently. They were small.
Yeah,
they were very small.
You got to see the books. Like
they were $5. Right, they were $5. They were less than 100 pages. Most of them were like in this around 40 some odd pages, and they were small. They were $5, and they would come out very rapidly because it was only one question. The whole book was one question: does God need love?
Does my cousin had like five books of various subjects.
Yeah. Right. Does God protect his own, and all those kinds of things. So, but you got to understand, at the bookstores they had weekly classes. So when you didn't understand something in the book, you could come get your questions answered. So they had Q&A, question and answer sessions or days at the bookstores, and that's how the community grew. So every bookstore became the hub of the community, like a church does. And home base was here on the land. And so let me show y'all this brown. See, this is the brown pyramid. This was the very first pyramid right here. Okay, I hope y'all can see it in the frame.
It's pretty clear.
Okay, so this is the brown pyramid. It was originally white. This was the first pyramid that was built that I mentioned. And at one point, this was the only structure on the land. And like, here's the highway right here. Hold on, I don't know if y'all can see it. That's the highway right there.
Yeah. So folks,
so
that was dope.
Let me zoom out. Let me zoom out so y'all can see more of the picture. Okay, so hopefully y'all can see more of the picture. Now I guess y'all can. So you got the Black Pyramid, the Brown Pyramid, and then the third pyramid was going to be built right here. Okay, this whole area right here was supposed to be for the third pyramid, because it was supposed to be the same way as it is in Egypt today. So it was supposed to be 3 pyramids, but we never built it. It was never built. Right here, you have the stage up the hill. This was the stage where all the performances took place. It looks real small because whoever took this picture was in a helicopter. And you can see this. Let me zoom in. You can see what this said right here. It says, "Welcome to the Holy Land," because at one point the land was called Kodesh, which is a Hebrew word for holy.
Yeah, that looks dope, man. Like a lot of us love seeing that, and we just mad how it played out. You dig? Because like we love to brag about the things that we accomplished in this nation. You dig?
All right, now here's a step pyramid.
But I mean,
okay.
Oh, I was just going to say, consider the excitement, because I do agree that it looks beautiful. So just consider if this would not have never happened, if this wouldn't have happened in the climate we're in today.
Oh yeah, man, that'd be the standard.
Exactly. And not only that, people would likely join the doctrine just based off of being able to be in a community of Black people. Not even necessarily that I agree with the doctrine, but just everything else kind of aligns.
Right. Yeah,
you know what I'm
there
saying?
is no doubt. There is no doubt in my mind in Georgia that you guys definitely face racial. I'm over here in New Jersey in 2019 facing racial opposition for my growth. A little guy like me, so I definitely know that there was huge pushback from the racists out there. I know that for a fact.
Barely eating in Georgia.
Yeah, so that's what I want. See, that's why people need context when they want to talk. When people want to talk about the organization or whatever, you got to have context. Or some people will just kind of just not really get it or know. That's why I don't even talk about it anymore. But here, the double wide homes that we had, the studio that I mentioned is right here. This building right here is the studio that was open. The social club that I was telling y'all about, that started the whole big problem, is this. This was Ramsey's Social Club right here. And if you look at it, it was beautiful. In the front, it had the double hills, the pylon and everything like that. It had the
This is my first time seeing these pictures, by the way.
Okay.
I think I've seen it once. I'm just always floored by the ability that some of the cult leaders, the achievements they do is kind of like evil geniuses.
I was just thinking that.
You know what I'm saying? It's like,
but that's the reality, though.
I know, but it's just always like amazing. Like,
but hold on, let me
think like what he could have done if he wasn't that. You know what I'm saying?
I was actually going to pose the question earlier, but it's purely opinion based. You know what I'm saying? So it's I didn't really want him to get too much into his opinion. But I mean, this is something that everybody on the panel could answer, because I have my thoughts on the matter. But do you think to some degree that type of power and influence perverts people? Now, I don't think you're going to go to full out molestation, just because you're powerful. But do you think to some degree that having power and influence over people pervert your intentions?
In my quick opinion, yes.
Yeah, because they say power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Well, the thing is, it depends, because you got people who are powerful that are able to do stuff. So it's an issue. I'm hearing some stuff, but it's an issue of, like, I mean, I can speak specifically.
But it's not that they're not able to do, but that having that power, they're not able to maybe avoid doing things that aren't necessarily.
Okay, so hear what I'm saying. So this is what I was going to say. I can speak specifically, but in general, what happens is a person's character is what it is, and a lot of times the only reason why you don't see the full expression of a person's character is because they don't have the resources. And so a lot of times when people get in power and have the resources, man, I'm hearing a lot of noise in the background. I don't know who that is.
I think Infinite Mind's fixing the car.
Oh, you got to mute your mic. But what was about to say, I lost my train of thought. Oh, so what happens is when people gain access to power or resources, because when we say power, we really don't mean power, we mean resources, having the ability to have resources to execute things. And so a lot of times people don't have those resources, so you never really see their full expression of their character. It's not until people get the resources that you see the full expression of what they are capable of, and they actually execute it and things like that. So that's why we get this mixture of people who get in power, some do the right thing, some do the wrong thing and stuff like that. But this specifically here, a lot of things went wrong. Like, for example, if you buy 576 acres of land, and mind you, what I'm showing y'all on this picture is only 19 acres. So there's another 400.
Wow, that's crazy. You said that.
There's another 450 acres outside of what I'm showing you on this shot. Okay, this is only 19. Let me zoom out. That's only 19 acres. Okay, and that's an estimate because of the zoning sheets. It's only 19 acres right there, and everything else is undeveloped. All this land behind here, it's even outside of the shot, right? All of that land was in one person's name.
Oh, so only 19 acres was developed out of the 470 something, right?
Yeah, only 19 was ever developed.
Wow, damn.
Yeah, only 19. That's it. Everything that you see here, and it cuts off right here. I got more, but it's a little bit more to the left. That's out of the picture. A little bit more to the right. But
how was he able to acquire almost 500 acres?
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why I said. That's why I said.
That's crazy.
York. People can't like just toss York to the side and act like.
Oh nah.
I'm always floored. Like I give it up. Like I'm always floored by it. Just always.
But hold up. But so let me just say this. So this all of this land, all 476 acres, was in the name of one person. It wasn't protected by corporate.
Oh, I get you trying to say. Yeah, damn.
A corporation, a corporate.
Yeah, that was bad. That was bad. A trust. That was bad.
Right.
He didn't know. Like he didn't know about. He didn't understand about.
I'm gonna say he didn't.
Well, you can say that, but
it's no way you would do that. It's a huge liability, bro.
Well, that's the thing. That's exactly what it was, and that's why the land was taken, because a criminal forfeiture. If you commit a crime, on property, the government will forfeit your property. Like if you commit a crime in your car, you sell drugs in your car, they're gonna pound and forfeit your car. You lose it. And so he lost the land.
What's there now?
They the owners that eventually bought the land, they demolished everything and put it back to a single house and something else.
So in economics, that would be known as a command society, where one person tells you what's going to happen and it happens.
Yeah, but I mean, on paper, see, you got one thing of what's said, but then you got the legal paperwork, and when the smoke clears, it's gonna come down to that paperwork. I don't care what you say.
Yeah, it's gonna be a command society no matter what, because the in a command society, the one person decides what's the greater good for everybody. It's not about the citizens or the people wants and needs. It's about the one person. So it's not a bad thing because this happens, but that's what it was. One person had an idea and they built it and they had the people do it for them. That's a command society.
Mm-hmm. So let me get y'all so y'all can see the bigger picture. So that's if y'all can see the whole thing now a bit better. But that's 19 acres. And so here's a problem. When you have all of that property, and you're teaching that it's for everybody, we're building a community, we're building a city, we're building a nation, and it's for everybody, and people are supposed to be able to move on the land and stuff like that. But the land was in a single person's name. That's a liability. That's dangerous. You just open up to being vulnerable at that point, And so those are some of the problems. And I say this all the time: if people were to use the organization as a case study, you can actually learn a lot from the organization of the do's and don'ts, and actually do something like this and improve as time goes on. Come up with something better. And that's what we should do to all organizations: the UNIA, Marcus Garvey, Nation of Islam, even though that's still existing. More Science Temple, although that's still existing. We should really look at all these organizations and really reanalyze them with an open mind and being objective as possible, and pull from it what's smart, useful, applicable, and then toss what's not, and try to recreate or develop something for the future.
Yeah, so being that they was able to take his land because of him, and again in business, that would be registered as a sole proprietorship or something like that. So that's why I say like, there's no way that he knew about business, because when you're dealing with business, it's different business types: LLC, S corp, C corp, and like any CPA or anybody in finances could tell you which one you need from what the things you have acquired. None of them would have suggested you have a sole proprietorship or anything close.
Well, that's if you consult with people, and so you have an element. You got to understand, what we dealing with. You got everybody was the devil, the system and stuff like that, and everything like that. So now I can say firsthand that not at first, but during the legal process, people were told, and he was told how to change things up. To create a corporation, create that corporate veil, create, have a board of directors and the whole nine. Even dealing with trust and all this other kind of things.
Yeah, but most cult leaders don't see. That's talk when you do that and you consider that, you're relinquishing power. So the Nation of Islam, they got many like sects now, like sects of the nation outside of Farrakhan. So and over here where I'm at, the dude passed away last year, but he was a big dog in the Nation of Islam. He tried to have a different sect of it, because he had a big name. And his members or his people that was with him was trying to get him to build a board because they knew where it would go if he's a one-man wrecking crew. But he did not want to relinquish that power. He wanted to just have it all. So, like, that's a problem with some people where they just got to have all the power and they can't relinquish it all. Like, they can't be in check. They got to be their way, and that's it.
Well, here's what's crazy to me. I could understand that if you're not looking down, if you're not staring down the barrel of the gun, right? Like prior to things happening, people can say, well, you got to protect yourself from this. But this is literally here. And for you to have the opportunity, because I know he had the opportunity. I've actually dealt with somebody that had property, had a serious case, and they were able to transition those things during that process before everything kind of completely came to a head. So I know he had an opportunity to do that. So then my question would be, especially if you considering, because you have to long consider before taking a plea. If you're going to take a plea and you know the outcome, why wouldn't you?
Right.
So then I have to question, because I know you're a manipulator and I know that you have used your power and abused it. But at what point do I have to now think, well, was this all a ploy for you to feel good? Because at the very least, you could have still allowed your people to have something out of all of this. You understand? Like, so for you to not transfer it over, for you to not put it in a trust or even put it under an LLC and just give a board the power, for you to not do anything legally to give people something that you sacrifice and they're losing with you, that makes me question, what was this all about to begin with?
Yeah, so this could be 15 seconds. And this is why the government doesn't respect certain business types. You dig? Like, they don't take you serious based upon your decision making. You dig? So something that large should have been in a trust or a S corp. But again, when you do that, you relinquish your power and they can vote you out. So it's in my opinion, it becomes selfish.
Yeah, could have been, like you said, like, hey, like I think what Ann was getting at, like, if it all blows up, it goes down with me.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
Exactly.
without me, yeah, like I want y'all to, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, basically, like,
I can't benefit, ain't nobody gonna benefit.
Yeah, exactly. Y'all need me. If I go down, all this goes.
Yeah.
No, so.
Well, let me just say this. Well, yeah, if y'all were paying attention to what I said, every school of thought, as it's called in the organization, that York took his members through, he was the center, to the point where he referred to himself as El Kupt, which is an Arabic word that means the axis. It means he's the center, and that's just how it was, and you know, that's what people had to deal with, and you could see that reflected on how everything unfolded and things. But you know, like I said, now here's the thing that y'all may not know about is that remember I talked about the zoning issues that lasted roughly 5 years, right? 4 or 5 years. During that time, York tried to put the property into a blind trust, and in doing so, he did it for the purposes of not complying with the planning and zoning and things, because at that time we were going through a Moorish aspect of the doctrine where it was all about the laws, you know, sovereignty and all that kind of stuff. Y'all know how the whole
At
sovereign
the
citizen
end,
I was
stuff.
just about to ask that.
like at the end, y'all were transitioning again. Is what you saying?
No, this
Hey,
wasn't at the
finish.
end. This is during the zoning, all the zoning
On
issues.
his own stuff. All right.
This
Hey,
is when
Infinite Minds, you want to say something?
Yeah, now I was just about to peace everybody, this Infinite Minds. I was just
Peace.
about to ask Wudjau that if it had anything to do with the Moorish doctrine where a lot of this stuff got caught up at.
Yeah, so that piece, part of it was part of that Moorish influence, that sovereign citizen and stuff, UCC and everything, all of that kind of stuff had a role in it, where the land was being transferred into a blind trust to where they couldn't say yay or nay and stuff like that. This is when all the civil lawsuits were being launched against the organization, and York was a defendant in that. And so what happened was, in order for us to build on the property, York had to deed the land to somebody tangible. It couldn't be in a trust. And so it went from York to 9 landowners. And the problem with that is that it wasn't done correctly. And so York retained ownership of the land, which is how and why the government was able to take the land.
Wow.
Okay. But there was an attempt to put it in a trust, and there was an attempt to give it to 9 owners, a body of 9 people. And that 9 turned into 3. It went from a trust to 9 to 3. And all of that paperwork from the trust, the initial trust itself to the 9 to the 3 was incorrectly done, which rendered it void. And so York retained the ownership of the land. And that's how the land was forfeited based on criminal forfeiture. All right. And so
Wow. So
that's all of it in a nutshell.
Hey, Wudjau, would you see in the paperwork and stuff like that? Did you see anybody signing like with the UCC, like the 1-207s or
Yeah,
you
all
know
of
what I
that.
mean?
All of that came into play. All of that came into play. Even when York was fighting his own case, he was dealing with the UCC stuff. He was you know, I accepted for value, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Hey, yo, we all, whether you was a supporter or naysayer, yeah, we all cringed that had to go back into the hands of the people that, you know, basically took them down.
Yeah. So that happened in 2004. So I was there up until we got evicted. I was there. I was there. Me and another brother, a couple of us, we were there to the very, 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 very last minute. When I say last minute, as we were leaving, these folks was pulling in. You know,
I just wanted to say something about that last point that he made though, about people cringing about, because I kind of sometimes, and it's not anyone else's responsibility really, you know, to do what you feel your conscience is the right thing to do. But I just really wish we understood as individuals and as a community how important it is when we're trying to make moves to be right in our movement. From the zoning down to just doing the right thing, because not only do you kind of diminish the work that you did do and stuff like this, but even that was a major accomplishment. And for you to not be able to really gloat in that victory, sitting behind bars and saying, well, at least I got, you know, like, it's literally all for nothing. Yeah, we can use it as a case study, and I definitely agree that we should, because people are so quick to discard everything, but there is always something to be learned. And I think that's one of the things we need to learn. Don't endeavor to start something that you're not going to see through to the end the right way, because you best believe in this society, they're going to fight tooth and nail to take what you have. So all they need is a reason, and you give it to them easily. That's crazy.
Exactly, and that's a hard lesson, hindsight speaking. But here's the thing: if you have organizations like the UNIA with Marcus Garvey, you have the More Science Temple of America with Noble Drew Ali, the Nation of Islam, the Black Panther Party, Nation of 5%, all these organizations, and even the Hebrew Israelites under forget the name, but you have all these organizations that came before you. No, I'm talking about the ones that were in Florida, the main guy, Yahweh Ben Yahweh.
Yeah.
Those folks. So and Ben Amin Carter. But you got all these different organizations to draw your inspiration from in terms of what to do, what not to do, to see how they maneuvered and the obstacles that they were against. You have the ability to now project something and learn from it. And when you don't do that, then shame on you. And so this is an example of why I say, because if you're going to move from New York down to the backyards of Georgia, the heart of the Bible Belt, where Confederate flags are flying everywhere, Dukes of Hazzard type of folks and stuff like that, and you don't make sure that you dot all your I's and cross all your T's, then you're asking for a problem. You're self-sabotaging. And so one of the first things should have been done, you purchase a large chunk of land like that. However you finagled to get that done, you need to protect it by putting it in the name of a corporation. That way, if any particular board member does something illegal or is criminally charged and found guilty, whatever the case is, only their interest is forfeited. That way you keep the rest and whatnot, or whatever the case is. That's number one. That's like 101. You never have a sole proprietorship when it's involving other people. Sole proprietorship is for people who are just starting out and you only responsible for yourself and all that kind of stuff. But when it's involved with other people,
selling incense or something,
and
even if it's just involving you, hell, you want to separate your assets from the business.
If it's small, if it's a small incense, you're selling soap incense, you don't want an LLC. You don't want that trouble. You want a sole proprietorship.
Yes, I'm saying it depends, but I'm saying that this organization involved thousands of people. It involves a lot of people's livelihoods and everything like that. You definitely not going to have a sole proprietorship, but that's exactly what it was. Everything. York owned property in Atlanta, apartment complex that was lost. He owned a mansion in Athens that was lost. He owned a building in another building in Athens that was lost. All these things were lost because everything was in basically a sole proprietorship.
I'm just listen. I just from a psychological standpoint, man. I'm still just floored by metamagical thinkers. You know what I'm saying? It's like you get it wrong, you're York. If you get it right, you're Jesus. You know what I'm saying? That's just amazing to me. Like the drive, just like but it's like headed the wrong way. It's like we don't see. Like look at all the RBG movements that come across that we've seen. Who've done something like that? You know what I'm saying? That just that shit just blows my damn mind, man. But hey, I gotta go. Wudjau, man. Good building with y'all, man. Peace to the panel.
All right, peace, man.
Yeah, social peace. I definitely agree. Like, and this where some of the hate comes from, like the extra hate, because he basically raised the bar for all of us talking about we want to go back to Africa. We hate America. Well, he pretty much provided that. He did that scapegoat away from the American society. So he raised the bar. So now when anybody talk that, we expect them to do the same thing or something similar. Garfield talk about buying like the abandoned cities, whatever. Like that's what we expect because we've seen it before, or we know about it. So, I think that's where some of the extra hate comes from.
Exactly. So, and like I said, people need to learn from it. and everything. So, it's not an issue, but I'm gonna tell you the way that it's talked about whenever it's brought up, it really does it a disservice to talk about the organization and everything that went down, because you're not going to benefit from that conversation. Every one of these conversations, you should leave with some kind of benefit. Either you learn what not to do, or you learn what you could do and execute it. But not this conversation, but in a lot of people, when they bring up stuff like this, whether it's Nuwapians or not, they're just gossiping. It's like people just want to talk about it and give commentary as if it's like a football game, and not really do something. That's why I don't talk about it anymore. It's been years since I talk about stuff, because I've already put my time in. I've went overtime. I tried to educate, even after I left, try to educate members of the organization that even if they want to pursue the legal stuff or the organization, I try to give them suggestions, give information and stuff like that. And at some point, you just, enough is enough for me. And I'm like, all right, well, do your thing. Don't bring me up, then I won't bring nothing up, because people don't understand. There's a lot of misinformation out there that's being perpetrated by Nuwapians too, when it comes to the doctrine and the legal case. And so I don't say, I don't, it's neither here nor there with me. But sometimes every now and then some will come up and everything. Not lately, but like in the past or whatever the case is, where I feel like I should say something. But other than that, it is what it is. But one thing for sure. Oh, go ahead.
Since you're in deep with the studying the Ramesh and everything now, how right and exact was your with that?
Nah, he wasn't. He wasn't at all. Nah. A lot of it is misinformation.
Gotcha.
A lot of it. Yep. A lot of it. Because he couldn't read the language.
Oh wow.
He couldn't read the language or anything like that. A lot of things of what you see on the land, like even the picture I'm showing you, was based off of
Arabic,
mimicking the Rosicrucian Park in California. So outside of the pyramids, but the if I could zoom in, or I have other pictures, but I'm not going to spend time trying to pull all this stuff up. But let me just see if I could zoom in. Where's the picture at? Here we are. I'm going to show you. I'm just going to zoom in. Okay, over here, right here, this building right here, if y'all could see my cursor, this was the museum. And this museum was, the inside and exterior was a mimic of the Rosicrucian Museum out there in California. And you have the, we used to call it the train stop, but these are the pylons. I mean, not pylons, these are the columns that are also out there. This is the temple. This was the temple. This is the museum. This is the step pyramid, which was a fountain. So it was just water there. It was lights and it shoot up in the air and everything. This right here was a ritual that was created for sound. So you can't see it, but these are like hollowed out spherical things where you sit down and you can talk from this end to this end in a normal voice, and you can hear somebody really clear, like as if they're right in front of you talking.
Wow.
So that was that there. Right here was a ankh with a picture with an image of Jesus on it, but everybody called it Tammuz, which was a Akkadian or Mesopotamian deity. Tammuz, which is supposed to be the replacement for Jesus. So Jesus was really supposed to be Tammuz. And so instead of a cross, he was on an ankh. And then you have an ankh laying down on the ground with 4 deities at each point of it right there. And then what else? And then over here was right here was another ritual that you perform, where there was a statue. I can't show it. This is overhead shot, but if you were to walk right here, there was a deity standing right here inside this half circle, real high wall. This wall was real high, right? You couldn't look over top of it. It was real taller than your height. But it was a deity smack dab in the middle of it, and the deity was split. So the way it was built is the deity was cut in half, and it was a space in between it. And so you're supposed to perform a ritual to where if you stare at it long enough, the two sides would merge together, and you will see the full deity standing there. Okay, so that was there and stuff like that. But anyway, I just wanted to show y'all a couple of these things that I mentioned so y'all can visually see what I'm talking about. And so there wasn't that many buildings that you go into. Here's the Sphinx right here. The only buildings that you can, matter of fact, the Black Pyramid, that was the most mysterious spot on the land from day one to the end, because nobody was allowed inside of it. And even when those of us who live on land would partake in the Magaraj, and we would go inside and we would come out, but everybody else wasn't allowed to go inside. And people always wonder, because the opening had a curtain, like it was a closed right there. You couldn't see inside. And everybody used to wonder, what's inside? What's in there? And they used to think that we used to have like sacrifices and rituals. Listen, hold up. Listen, there was some town people, and I kid you not, there were some people who lived in the town. They used to come up on tours, because they used to give tours, right? People come on there, and then, you know, they used to ride this thing right here, the tram. You see this is like a train thing, like a tour bus thing. And people used to get in there and ride around the land and be told what's what and stuff like that. So you had some townspeople that literally would come on the land, and they would tell us about rumors. And people in town thought that we ate people, that we were, what do you call that?
Cannibals.
Yeah, cannibals. Yeah.
So they were already viewing you all as a cult.
8 people.
Yeah, so they actually thought that we ate people, and we did it inside this Black Pyramid. That's why nobody's allowed in there. That's why we have human sacrifice and sacrifices and all kinds of stuff up in there. And from the Black Pyramid, we used to have this Om chant. This chant used to play 24/7, and it was on speakers. There was a speaker at the top of each one of these light poles. And it used to just broadcast a 24/7 continuous Om chant. Om. It was throughout the whole thing. And I could play it for y'all too, if y'all want to hear it.
That's annoying as hell.
But y'all mess around and be on here hypnotizing.
Annoying. Hell yeah. Hey, Wudjau, I have another question, man. You know, I'm gonna ask these questions right here that some people not gonna ask you. But how important was things like STEM in a closed confinement like that? You know, because all we know is you did this little spirituality, you had your own culture, but how important and how often that people pursue things like STEM?
Nah, it wasn't. It wasn't at the forefront. It just wasn't.
Yeah, because that would have definitely made that place go bananas.
Yeah, it just wasn't at the forefront. I can tell you that STEM was not at the forefront. Nope, it wasn't about STEM. It wasn't about STEM. And scientific methodology was not taught. It was the whole thing was the end game. It was like, okay, experience, evidence, and reasoning. And York used to say this. York used to say this on a lot of his lectures. He used to say, "Don't believe me, check it out. Don't believe me, check it out. Check it out for yourself." And him saying that was enough for people. But the issue is he never taught people the proper methods to actually check anything out.
Right.
There's no book that he ever wrote that deals with methodology. None of it. So don't believe me, check it out was like a reverse psychological thing. It was like because think about this. If I'm standing before 1,000 people and I give you a lecture and I say, don't believe a word I'm saying, check it out. Don't believe anything that I say, check it out. The reverse psychology is that, okay, he must be telling the truth, because why would he tell us to check it out if he wasn't telling the truth? You see what I'm saying? And that's
right. Exactly.
And that's how that went down. You know what I'm saying? But that's what he used to say all the time. Don't believe me, check it out. And when you do check it out and you find discrepancies, there was a filter process to where, you know, you got demonized. And like, remember I told y'all there was a mass exodus from the land. There were some individuals who left the land because they started checking things out, and they found things that were taken from other places, plagiarism and all this other kind of stuff, and they, eventually they end up leaving. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, I still got the holy tablets on my shelf, and that's a hard book to read.
Yeah,
the holy tablets, that's a hard book to read. I still got that on my shelf, but it's a hard book to read.
Yeah. Yeah, so but that's what people have to understand. So like another thing that I want to say too is that even when people attempt to separate the doctrine from the legal stuff, you really can't. And we know that from the case itself. They couldn't separate it. And I think that is what really hurt York's case, because the jurors saw it as a cult. They saw it as he was the unchallenged leader, and he controlled everything. He controlled the money. This is the picture that was painted to the jurors, and they obviously believed it. They even asked, like, the defense tried to stay away. We tried to stay away from the doctrine as much as possible. The books, nobody was supposed to mention none of the books ever, because the moment you mention the book, and see what this is another thing. People don't understand how the legal process, some of the simple things in legal process, because if you never go to court, you don't need to know these things either. But the way that the cases unfold, you have two sides, defense and prosecution. Most people know about that, right? The prosecution, like one side goes first. The prosecution presents their entire case first, and then the defense presents their entire defense. Well, when the prosecution is presenting its case, its chief case, every witness that they call themselves, that's called direct examination. And then the defense side has an opportunity to cross-examine. And then after cross-examination, the prosecution can redirect. And then the defense has the last say, so they could recross. So that's how the process goes. It's 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. And then when the defense turn to present its case, it's in reverse. The defense calls somebody that's direct, and then the prosecution cross-examine, stuff like that. Okay. But now here's what people don't pay attention to, is that the cross-examination is limited to the scope of the direct examination. So, for example, unbiased, if you are a witness on the stand, and I'm the one that called you on the stand, and I'm doing my direct examination of you, if I limit the topic to vaccinations and viruses, and that's all I ask you about, and that's all the answers that I solicit from you is based on that topic, the defense can't come up and cross-examine you about some financial topics. Right. You see what I'm saying? You can't do that.
I got you.
Okay. So that's what people got to understand, that there's a limitation in the scope of what you can cross-examine with. And so that's part of the strategy. You never ask a witness on the stand about something that you don't even want to come up. So I say all that to say that everybody was told never to bring up any of the books. No books. Don't mention no books. Don't mention no titles. No nothing from nothing. Because once you mention it, you're going to open that door. You're going to open that door for that. And I'm going to tell you, as soon as, we drilled it in everybody's head. And one witness in particular, man, she takes the stand for the defense side. And the first answer she gives, she mentions a book. And not just any book. She mentioned the book called Man from Planet Risk.
Oh boy.
Man, everybody, man, I was like, it's a wrap. Like, soon as she mentioned that was it. I thought the prosecutor was going to eat that up. And at the time they didn't, but she mentioned it. And I'm telling you, that was luck right there, really, because in that book, man, you talk about cult-like language and stuff. York is saying that he is in the embodiment of 8 personalities, that he comes from a planet called Risk, which is the eighth planet in the 19th galaxy called Ilium.
Yeah, Ilium. That is crazy.
Wudjau.
Yeah.
don't forget, in the latter part, he was the embodiment, because when the books, Postgraduate Renewable Lessons and the Moral Science Temple of America, Holy Quran 7, Circle 7, he said that it was Noble Drew Ali and Clarence 13X and Elijah Muhammad that incarnated in him to give him the ability to write those books.
You said that?
Yes.
Yeah.
We have that on audio. I have I put it on my website, so
I need that.
Yeah, but oh well, yeah. I'll send you the transcript from it.
Yeah, you're right. And so here's another picture of the Black Pyramid, more up close and stuff like that, so y'all could just see it. Like hands down, one thing that nobody will ever be able to take from the Nuwapian organization or York. By the way, he didn't build anything, like literally himself. It was everybody else. But not one thing that nobody will ever be able to take is the beauty and the outward shell and appearance of the organization. Because hands down, like you said, it raised the bar. The fact that he had 476 acres of land in the whole nine, and it's just sad that all of that stuff is nowhere to be found now. And like I said, that's what I was telling Amber, or Amber mentioned. I'm saying, as a kid, as a study, people should study the do's and don'ts based on the situation. But if people are not going to talk about it like that, then it's like, leave it alone. Just leave it alone. Like there's still Nuwapians, there's still an organization that exists, and they're trying to keep it going. But that wouldn't be my my suggestion.
So,
but they don't care about my opinion.
As far as marriages, because in the Indian culture they have like planned marriages. I think Arabic as well. Was that the case there, or you allowed to just do what we do now, like see what you like, talk to her?
Well, there was no rule like that ever written and whatnot, but so what happens is everybody wanted the blessings of York for him to bless their marriage or arrangements. And so everybody sought his blessing the same way like the Italians do. When an Italian young man wants to date a woman, you go to the boss or whatever, and you just want their blessing. And people do that at home. Like, if you're going to really court a girl properly, you're going to want their permission from her parents and stuff. So that kind of thing went on. Yeah. But as far as a rule or something that people couldn't do, nah, everybody, people did what they did. You know what I'm saying? Now on the land, you living on the land, the men and women were separate. So you didn't have a chance to court anybody.
Damn.
So
how did you date?
That's what I'm saying. So on the land, it was different. So it's two things. So what I just said is for the general members and folks, but then on the land, it was different. So on the land, you basically got hooked up by York. You got paired up.
I wish people would be like, yo, look, wait, this is for you right here.
But hold up, let me qualify it. When I say paired up, you weren't forced though. Like York, basically York would hook you up, and you, I mean, you didn't have to.
Yeah, I know, but he gonna decide my type. Like, listen, man, I ain't into that. All right,
it was for the guys or the girls. So he would make suggestion like, oh, okay, so and so be a good brother for you or whatever. Same thing Elijah Muhammad did for a lot of Nation of Islam members.
Yeah.
Yeah, but my assumption, or has it been your experience that if a person maybe did not agree and then went to him about a blessing for someone else, did he tend to bless that,
right,
or was he more partial to his choice?
Nah, it was no different really. I've seen it both. I've seen where people will be interested in somebody and then go to him with somebody already interested in, and I've seen it the other way. So I've seen it both ways. Yeah.
Yeah, that's some religious stuff right there.
But here's a difference though. This is an important difference. Is again living on the land, because let's say if a brother is interested in a sister that didn't live on the land, then that's another a third issue, because now you have to move. They have to move on the land. Like whoever you're interested in, you know, are they willing to move on the land? Can they get along with other sisters? What is her skills? Is she good at this, that, and the third? Where is she going to work? You know, all that other kind of stuff comes into play.
What were the requirements to live on the land?
I don't. That's a good question. I don't even know. I was there. I don't even know.
He was
Like,
not vetting applicants.
yeah.
Any credit checks?
Wasn't in HR.
But okay. Put it this way. One thing I can say, it was definitely, you had to have a skill. Like it was no bums are allowed.
Okay.
Straight up and down. You had to have a skill. Like you had to have something. You had to be able to do something very well. You know what I'm saying? You had to be good at something. You know what I'm saying? And that's I could definitely say that firsthand.
And I can verify that because I was asked to come on the land multiple times, but I always made excuses and rejected it. And because I did carpentry work, and I did Florida, New York, Florida, DC, Baltimore. So my talents got to him, and they had asked me through another person to get me on, and I didn't want to live on it because everybody who was living down there was telling me that you come down here and I was already skinny. It was like, well, you'll be a pencil when you leave here because nobody eats. And I was like, I ain't living like that.
So, Wudjau, what do you think as far as eating? Because you was on the land, like, was that a rumor or was that some facts to it?
Oh, what about it? What about it?
About eating, like access to food.
Oh, it was rough. It was rough, but I mean, people exaggerate a bit, but it was rough though.
Well, okay, let me ask you this: what about farming, like growing your own food? Was any of that happening?
Yeah, I was in charge of the farm. So
Okay.
me and my sister and her husband, my brother-in-law, we actually started the farm. So
Yeah,
before we did that, there was no farm.
Yeah, because I only say that to say, because, you know, when black folks talk, we talk about land and farming and we're going to be good. So now we see like the reality of it, that you could have your own farm and still not eat the way you want to eat.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We started that farm. We sectioned off 1.5 acres to 2 acres. In the back, you couldn't see it on the picture, but it's out there in the back. Because, man, listen, this 476 acres of land that was there, it had 3 lakes, and it had a stream, a river, not a river, but a creek, a little stream. And so we built the farm near the stream so we could have irrigation. So we had a pump, and we laid down some PVC pipe and stuff. We did that, like me and my brother-in-law and a few volunteers used to come up and help me. We did all of that stuff. We plowed it in the whole nine. We had the tractor, the plow, the hooks on the back of the tractor, everything. We had a full-fledged John Deere hookup. You know what I mean? And we did our thing.
That would raise another question.
We grew. Hold up. We grew so much at one time. We did it for like 3 years. And the first season of crops that we planted and grew, man, we had so much greens, like collard greens and kale and stuff like that, that we had to put it in like lawn trash bag, 30-gallon trash bags, and we started giving it away. That's how much.
Okay, so at one point people was eating good then.
Yeah, at one point. I mean, overall, it wasn't the best. It wasn't the healthiest thing because health wasn't a priority in the doctrine or.
Yeah, now I'm saying, forget about health. Did you have access to eat to get full?
Not all the time. No, that's what I'm saying. It was rough. It was rough at times. So not all the time. Not all the time.
Let me ask you about, because now you mentioned the lake, I want to ask about like sewage and plumbing as far as showers, because you know normally you would pay your electric company, whatever, or your water company, and you'll have access to like some water. So was that the case there? Were you paying like a water service to service your water like we do normally, or were you? How's that happening?
Nah, it was well water. We had wells, so we had the people come out and tap the water table, and
right.
we had a professional electric well.
Okay, but you had normal showers like how we do now, right?
Yeah. It was just well driven, and the sewage, it wasn't regular city sewage. It was septic tanks. So it was septic tanks and well water. So we had a whole piping system and stuff like that.
So was there
all that stuff was built.
Was there any situation where like water was like, you know how sometimes there'd be a drought, they say, okay, you guys can't use this much water or blah blah blah. Was that ever a case there?
Nah, never. Matter of fact, people used to come on the land just to get water, just to get our water from the well, because it was good. I'm telling you, that water was always cold. Like that stuff that came out of the ground, it was always cold. It had a different smoothness to it. I definitely will vouch for that. Like people came on the land just with their gallon water jugs just to fill them up. You know what I mean, and get the water, because we had water to go to the houses. Matter of fact, let me show you this picture right here. This is another angle. Now this is after the Brown Pyramid and all that stuff was removed. Okay, so this is after the case and everything. So now y'all can see the difference. The only thing that's left right here in this picture at this time was the Black Pyramid and the double wide trailers. One of them was removed. That was a particular owner owned that. But look at this is Ramsey's Social Club right here. It's stripped. Look at that. Nothing's there. It's just a silo there. The Brown Pyramid is completely gone. Look at that. It was right here. It's all gone. The whole beach thing gone. Pylon down here, the gate gone. Everything is gone. Even the stage up the hill that I was showing y'all, that's gone. That's all this empty area. The drum stand, we had a drum ceremony stand right here, that's gone. But anyway, my point for showing you this though is to show you that that these are the double wide trailer homes, and we had several different wells that fed the homes. So we had normal water. Water was never a problem. No, water was never an issue at all.
Well, what about hunting? Like, did anybody hunt? I'm pretty sure it was like deers and stuff out there.
Yeah. We didn't do too much hunting, but it used to be like the previous owners and people used to try to come on the land and ask if they could hunt. Because like I said, we were only on the front 19. So it's 450 acres all back in the back. And so people used to come and try to arrange where they can come and do some hunting and stuff like that. Yeah, we definitely had deer. Deers used to be our friends. Like we walk around, you look up and the deer will come up and try to tap you on the back or something.
Good question. Do you know what the estimated value of the land with all the structures on it was when they seized it finally?
Over $1 million.
Yep.
Over $1 million. Definitely. I know that for a fact. I don't know the exact number, but it was definitely over $1 million. It was bought for about 500.
Yeah, but I assume if they was on there, if y'all were there for some years, that it had appreciated.
Oh, definitely, it definitely appreciated. It was $1 million plus, for sure.
Yeah, that's something I missed. So how long did he have the land for, like overall?
From 93 to 2004.
Damn.
Yep, that's when we were evicted.
So I want to ask another question. It's not really like pertaining to this, but I did notice in the video that you played, I noticed his stature. And for somebody who is a big leader of this organization, has accomplished so much, even despite the charges he's facing, even an extreme narcissist, I would feel would have a better posture about themselves, but he looked so almost like juvenile. And did you see that? Was that like a progression over the course of the case, or like from day one, once did he kind of have a different aura about himself after everything hit, like a moment of realization? Or was that like when he finally entered the plea, did you just kind of see that person? Because I assumed that y'all wasn't used to seeing him like that.
Yeah, that was a big hit for people to see him, because York was bigger than life to a lot of people, still is, but to even people back then, he was bigger than life, because York, every time you saw him, like physically saw him, he was always sharp. He was always well dressed, groomed, and everything. He had charisma and everything. He could command the room. I remember we go out to restaurants, and waitresses and waiters would fight over waiting on our tables and stuff because he tipped good and the whole nine. And so for people to see him outside of his normal type of stuff he wore in the yellow jumper and ungroomed, his beard growing, not shaved and all this other kind of stuff, it kind of messed a lot of people up. But me, it wasn't personally because I was seeing him all along. So it wasn't like a overnight thing where I saw him looking this way and then saw him that way. I was watching the whole process unfold because I was visiting him so much and everything. But that did take a toll on a lot of people. But I can say this to answer your question though. It was through time that you noticed, not in his looks, but his I guess his demeanor, like like okay, because when this first went down, it was like, man, everybody thought that okay, we got this, it's not serious, it's just them devils doing what they doing, it's nothing but them stepping their game up on the zoning stuff, and we thought it was the tail end of the zoning stuff, like they trying to pull this, we got this, we're gonna hire the best attorneys in Georgia, which is the Garland Samuel Loeb firm. We tried to hire O.J. Simpson's attorney. What's his name?
Cochran.
Passed away. Yeah, Cochran.
Cochran, Anthony Belly.
Yeah, seriously. Like that was the first choice, but Cochran's firm is the one who recommended Garland's firm, the one that was actually hired. So that came from a recommendation. And so we had the best attorneys that Georgia could provide, paying them big time money. So we were like, oh man, this is in the bag. We straight. And then as time went on, no budging, especially when he was denied bond. When he was denied bond, that right there was a little wake up call too. Like, oh snap, like okay, wait a minute, what's going on? And then time went on, nothing from nothing. And mind you, you got to understand that a lot of people are legally illiterate. They're not literate about the legal system and how it works. A lot of people are like that. And so people had no idea what to expect or anything. And so as he stayed in there, then people started like, oh, what's going on? What's what? And so it affected him too. Further time went on, because at first he was like still doing his thing. Still talking, had that confidence in him and everything like that. But as time went on, that changed. Especially when he was moved to different facilities. And I saw him at all the facilities he was at, except for ADX Max, where he's at now. I even used to drive all the way to Illinois. He was in Leavenworth, which is in Illinois. I drove all the way out there to see him all the time. Georgia, all the ones he was in Georgia, even in New York. He was in New York at one point. So he was around a lot of different facilities. But yeah, that's to answer your question though. It was over time. Now that video though, where he's pleading, nobody wants to be seen, especially when you now find out that it's being videotaped. Like nobody wants to be seen pleading guilty to whatever. And then and you just did it in the federal and there was no cameras in there, and then all of a sudden you go in the state the next day and all of a sudden they got this big video camera in front of you taping you.
So what's his demeanor a lot different in the federal than it was in the state?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would say a lot, but it was noticeable.
Okay.
Yep, it was different. It was the day before. It was one day right back to back. And so it was a little different. Yep. And I'm telling you, see, I was there. I was visiting him. So before the plea, after the plea. So I was there. He didn't want any Nuwaubians in the courtroom. And I'm paraphrasing, but what he was saying was he don't want anybody to see him get crucified on the cross. He didn't want anybody to see that. So he had people block Nuwaubians from getting it. We couldn't block the public.
Yeah.
That was, you can't do that. But
now you look at that different. from the outside looking in.
Say it again.
You know, we look at that different. Those of us on the outside looking in, we look at that as he didn't want people to come in to see him say what he really
saving face.
Exactly, to tell his truth that he was really involved. I'm saying, like, that's how we see it from the outside.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, but people, yeah.
But I also understand how, because for people who, like he said, people that really looking at him like the second coming of Christ, they could be really traumatized and hysterical about these types of things. So I could see both points, but now for him to say it, considering entertaining the idea of it being a cult and it sounding very cultish, yeah, I would say he was saving face. It had nothing to do with people not wanting to see him.
The simple fact that he didn't protect his property correctly, like we established earlier, went down with him. That shows you his type of ego. That it had nothing to do with just imagine one. I'm just saying.
Well, I do feel better knowing that he attempted to do something. It just completely incompetent at it. I mean, I do feel better knowing that there was an attempt.
Yeah.
There was not a downright no, I'm not doing that.
Add this. I don't mean to question anybody's intelligence on businesses. Like, I own a business, you dig? And I'm telling you, with this information, like, I started off making money, my thing started off slow. Like, most business start off like nothing, just extra little income, little pocket change. But the minute you see that thing grow, the first thing you think of is, how can I protect this money? You dig? And then you start to research. Like, nobody educated me about EINs or LLCs or sole proprietorships. You start to research on your own, like, you start to ask questions on your own, and people start to give you like alternatives or like certain things you should do, to protect your money, make sure you don't get in trouble. Because you can't have a regular bank account put in, let's say hypothetically, 10 grand there a month, and that's all good. You dig? Like, you're gonna feel like there's something wrong with that. So people are gonna advise you on like different, ideas, how to report your money. So with all that being said, I don't think it's possible for somebody to like be unaware of these different entities.
Okay, so let me answer that. So there was bad decisions made from the top, from York himself, period. So there's no way to try to excuse that. But let me tell you what was attempted. At the time of his arrest, and they served a search warrant on the land, they found a large amount of money under his bed, or in his house, on the land, and in his property in Athens. So York invested some money into a whole apartment complex in Atlanta, Georgia. Okay, it was on Edgewood Street, and he owned that. Okay, he also invested in property in Athens, and was going to turn that into a temple right off Atlanta Highway, right off the main highway. It was a nice, valuable piece of little property there. He also owned a mansion in Athens as well, and he also tried to purchase a property in Macon, and it almost went through, but then it fell through. The deal didn't happen. He had the mayor of Macon on his side and everything, and it was blocked by some Shriners. Some Shriners, stepped in and they weren't having it. And it was actually a old shrine. It was El Siha Shrine. It was a shrine, a Shriners Lodge and whatever the case is, temple that was there, and all of the surrounding buildings and stuff. He was trying to get all of that stuff, but that fell through. So there was an attempt to invest, but that wasn't, there's a lot of bad choices that was made in how things were handled, the sole proprietorship aspect, and all that other kind of stuff.
Now, I want to add this again. Now, again, there's ways to protect like people that has a lot of power and money, but they are a pedophile or a woman abuser. So now I forgot what it's called, but in business you can purchase something with your name totally off it, and you're not even seen as a member of the board or whatever. I forgot what it's called, but I could get y'all that. But this is why he was being blocked. You know, that's why this is the importance of entities where your name's not really on there. It's just an entity that's on there. So like all my cable, all my internet, everything, most of the things I got, it's not in my name. It's in the business name. You dig? So they couldn't discriminate against me, my phones and everything. They looked at my business credit, not my personal credit. So again, these things protect you from those personal biases.
Of course, but that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. A lot of, like I said, a lot of mistakes were made, and by the time you kind of figure it out and finagle things and stuff, you learn from you know, as you go along and stuff. You can't do that with that kind of stuff. You got to pre-plan, and you can tell that it was very little pre-planning.
Yeah,
done. It was ad hoc, doing this, doing that, do this, do this, do this, do that. You know. But we did have organizations and things were in the name of, let's say, the Egyptian Church of Christ. You had the Nuwabian Lodge of Freemasonry. You had the Holy Baptist Synagogue. That was a business that tried to do stuff. So there were businesses eventually that was laid out, but by then, everything was already. These are things that happened after he was arrested, though. A lot of what I'm saying right now. You know what I'm saying? In terms of trying to make these moves. And it's too late at that point. Because now everything looks suspect. Like you trying to evade and do this and do that.
And like it's very listen, man, there's a lot of nuances in this. And it's like you said, the timing would be suspect. It wouldn't work. That's not how. So I agree. That's not how it will work. You can't get it you can't get it to bail yourself out. Like that would be too obvious. They could look at dates. They could look at what you're going through, and that'd be rolled out. You'll be blocked immediately.
Right. You can't do that. Exactly. So like I said, it's a lot about this, and that's why whenever it comes up, it's been years since I talk about any of this doctrine or legal stuff dealing with Nuwapians, because for the most part, I already just see through what people are saying. I'm like, okay, whatever. I'm like, it's neither here nor there and stuff. But every now and then, I may say something because it will get to a conversation where people are actually focused on it. Because usually it's in passing.
Yeah.
Because everybody know Polite used to be a Nuwapian. Right. Used to be a Nuwapian. I used to be a Nuwapian. There's a lot of ex-Nuwapians floating around. That you see. You may not even know. They may not even say something, but I guarantee you that if I had something to say, everybody know they had Nuwapian or used to be a Nuwapian and whatnot. But I don't, like me, everybody in the mother know I used to be a Nuwapian. I couldn't hide it if I tried. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's crazy. Like, I'm in pictures. I'm on.
So I want to say that the same way we cringe that, white folks got access to the land, the same way people that are in finances would cringe that he did not put it in an entity, but or I'm gonna segue to this. I have history as a registered member in Nation of Islam, but when I was coming out of that, I was, following York a little bit. I started watching his videos, and I taking a liking to him. I never got the books and anything, but his lectures I liked, and my favorite overall was Intellect Outellect. And it's not that I actually agree with the information at that time, but I just felt like that video made me think, outside the box. So that was one of my favorite lectures that he produced that I got access to.
Yeah, it's a series, Intellect Outellect series of lectures. Yeah.
Yeah, I only seen one part though, because it ended, and you tell that there was more to it, but it was only one part of it.
Well, if you know the name, I'll probably go hook you up with it.
So when I got it, it was called Intellect Outellect.
You trying to join again? I go hook you up.
Nah, I definitely want the other part of that. I want to know where he was going. Like I still am interested, at least to know where it was going.
And
I do want to ask though. Go ahead.
Pardon, Amber. Unbiased, you ain't never go down to the store he had on Wudjau across street from the post office?
Yeah. Oh, wait. Post office? No. Yeah.
Yeah, the store over there on Wudjau across street from the post office.
Yeah, I got the DVD from Healthy. You know my man. That's part of Jabari
Oh yeah,
Chapel.
the Temple of Anu.
Yeah. I got it from him at Healthy Hut. Matter of fact, yeah, guess what? I was the reason why they had Dr. Mayoki in there. I mean, Dr. Malachi York in there, and Dr. Khaled. I requested those two because they had like more commercial stuff. So I had recommended Dr. Malachi York and Dr. Khaled Muhammad in there, and they started to get those.
Yeah, because right when York was over there on Wudjau, that was right after because Mfudishi used to be on Park Avenue on front and Park. He used to be over there.
Yeah, I never. You know what? That was probably before I was even aware of consciousness, bro.
I do want to ask you.
That's where York was going by Dr. Issa.
Yeah. That was way before. Yeah, that was way before I was conscious.
Do you think that this experience has made you a sharper scholar all around, or do you think that you kind of had it all along, and maybe it's just more maturity now, or do you really think that this has really kind of shaped how you have moved forward?
Well, one thing I've learned now, me going into the doctrine, I was attracted to the like I said, the right knowledge. Right knowledge was actually what piqued my interest. The actual scroll. There was a book called Right Knowledge, and that's what attracted me because I come from a science background, honor society, science and math was my thing. Went to college for computer science and the whole nine. So I already had this analytical, scientific way. And so what attracted me to the doctrine was this logic and reasoning, and the fact that here's a bold black man that was questioning religions, the religions that we all know, Christianity, Judaism, Islam. I wasn't a member of the Ansar Allah community as a Muslim or anything like that. And in fact, when I first got introduced to York, I didn't even know that Malachi York was the same guy as Isa al-Hadi al-Mahdi at first. I thought they were two different people. I was like, man, this organization got some straight up hard hitters. I'm thinking there's multiple teachers, but then it's the same person. I didn't know he had changed his name and went by Rabboni Yahshua. Rabboni Yahshua was one of his names, and Malachi
Imam Isa.
Imam Isa, Imam Isa al-Hadi al-Mahdi, that was his name. I didn't know the dudes were the same people at first. I thought they were distinct people. But anyway, to answer your question though, so I went into it already the way I still consider myself am today. Now, what that experience in the organization, it allowed me to gain a lot of skills that I don't think that I would have ever had the opportunity to gain. And I'm talking about practical skills. Like I said, I was in charge of the farm. So we started that, me, my sister, and my brother-in-law. I used to operate all of the heavy machinery, from the cement truck, those big cement trucks that had the big dome that rotates. I drove that. I drove the bulldozer, the backhoe, the Bobcat, and all these other every heavy machinery that came on there, the regular hoe, the backhoe, I mentioned all that stuff, all those kinds of things I had never done and had experience. So I was able to learn all that kind of stuff to where I could, if I left or whatever, needed to get a job in construction, man, I was good to go. Like I became really good at the backhoe. Like I can operate that backhoe like it was an extension of my arm. You know what I mean? That's how good I got at the backhoe and stuff like that. Then I was already into audiovisual because I was in computers and stuff like that. So that was my main thing. And so I had an opportunity to meet a lot of people, but I was already doing that. So I didn't gain those kind of skills really. But in terms of my networking, like I was able to meet people that I probably would have never, ever been able to meet. I would probably never met Erykah Badu, Sherelle, what's her name? Mickey Howard, and all these other people that I had an opportunity to meet and rub elbows with and have fun in the studio and stuff like that, all that kind of stuff. And then, but so in terms of information, when I look back, the information didn't, outside of that right knowledge stuff, I really wasn't really focused because I wasn't on the land to be a teacher. Like, cause we had people that moved on the land strictly to be a teacher.
Yeah.
They were striving to be a teacher. The only teaching I really did was the language. That was the Nuwapian language. I was one of the first batch of teachers. Even before I moved to Georgia to move on the land, I was one of the first wave of teachers of the Nuwapian language while I was still living in DC. And so I taught the language and stuff. But in terms of the doctrine, I stuck strictly with right knowledge stuff. And then there's an opinion. Now here's a whole nother story I ain't even got time to talk about. But then there's an issue with even the right knowledge series being plagiarized from another person that spearheaded another group called the Nupu and Noon and Nature of Nature and Afro Unu and all the other kind of stuff. And so that's a whole nother story. That's the kind of stuff that attracted me and kept me locked down in it. But I wouldn't trade it for anything, because you learn what to do and what not to do, you know, and even living on the land, because we looked at it as a pyramid school. Like, it was rough. It was rough, and we sacrificed. I gained skills. If I show you a picture, I'm gonna see if I can find a picture before I leave. I'm gonna show you a picture of me on the land, how skinny I was. And everything.
Hey, Wudjau, how was the language, the Nuwapian language? Is that a real language, or?
What I was about to ask. That's what I was about to ask.
Oh, what was the question again?
With the Nuwapian language, was that a real language, or that was something you created?
Oh, that was what's called a Khan language, which is a constructed language. He made it up. He constructed it. He spearheaded the construction of it, and it was really coming from the young Nuwapian children, the younger generation. And it comes out of Arabic, because he learned Arabic. And so he was teaching Arabic, but the younger generation didn't get Arabic the way that it was being taught. And so they developed their own quote unquote slang of Arabic that became Nuwapic. That was the genesis of the Nuwapic language. So it's very much like Arabic in its grammar and everything. Yeah. And then as time goes on, they borrowed words and injected words from other languages, such as the Egyptian language and stuff.
Yeah, that was a good question. Wudjau, so what attracted that organization as opposed the Nation of Islam? Like, what made you choose them over the Nation of Islam?
Well, the Nation of Islam seemed stagnant. Period. The Nuwapian organization was very progressive, because you actually see things in unfolding. The Nation of Islam was already established, and it is there. Bam, like what you see is what you get. The Nuwapian organization, to me, in the 1992 and stuff, it was expanding. You could actually see the movement of the organization growing in numbers, and buying 476 acres of land, moving people on the land that had construction skills, building people for, of, and by each other, and all this other kind of stuff and everything. And then a franchise model, business model, where you got headquarters, and then every bookstore was a franchise of it and stuff like that. So you actually got to see these things unfold, and you see people actually living it, where people actually live together. You know, like, even in the bookstores, there was a community. People actually lived together. Families lived together. And so when I saw that, I'm like, oh snap, this is something.
So I have a part B to that. So, you know, we heard Garfield and Dagger Squad speak about abandoned towns, right? That, you know, as an option. And being that you experienced pretty much an abandoned town, like, you know firsthand the hard work that's necessary. So I would think you'd be proponent of, you know, purchasing or looking into abandoned towns, right?
Nah, nope.
Okay.
Here's the reason why. The reason why is because we're not ready to do that. Because once we can have the money to buy one, but who's going to administrate it? Who's going to run it? Who's going to set up the structure? We're not ready for that. No way, no how. Nah. Like, who knows how to macro manage something like that? macro and micro manage something like that. Buying a town and incorporating the town, creating a town hall, creating the, you know, how are things going to run? How are you going to plan the budget? How are you going to do this and do that? The zoning, all this other kind of stuff. You got to have skilled people who know what they're doing, because you can't do it and then experiment and learn as you go. Nah, this takes some heavy, serious planning, and I just don't think that. I haven't seen a group of people that are ready to do that yet. I'm not against it though, so I don't want to make it sound like I'm against it. I'm just saying that I haven't seen anybody ready. It's a good idea, but that's all it is. Like, you know, like if I hit the lottery, I buy a town. Then what? That don't work. Matter of fact, Edenton, Georgia, there was a town right before you hit Edenton. Forgot the name of it, but it was an unincorporated small little town, and you could buy it. Like if you travel fast enough, 60 miles an hour, you blink, you passed it. That's how small the town was. It was a complete town. That it whatnot. But think about it. 476 acres is enough to have a town. To have a town and everything. You could do a lot with 476 acres. And you round to 500.
Now, would that be considered a small town, medium, or large town?
500 acres would be like a small town. They don't judge it by the acreage like that. It's the density of a town, like how many people can live there, how is it zoned, how it, you know, certain portion residential, is it filled to maximum. So there's a lot of factors on that. But size wise, 500 acres is not, it wouldn't be very large, but that's enough. That's definitely enough. That's definitely enough to do what you got to do. Because like I said, I showed you all a picture of only 19. So you got 450 more of those bad boys. So so what's 20 into, just divide 20 into 500 basically. And that's, and multiply my picture I showed y'all times that number.
Yeah. I can't even imagine you showed 19 acres. I can't imagine you even showing 100.
Right. 5 of those. Multiply what I showed you times 5. That's just 100.
That's crazy.
Exactly. The land had 3 lakes. Listen, you know how long it took us? See, we used to walk around the whole land. And I'm telling you, it took every bit of an hour or so to walk the whole land. To walk, like you regular walking, you walking all the way around, you go to the one perimeter and then come all the way back and stuff. Man, we used to do that, you know, and it's a lot, because I was like, you know, because half the time, most of the time, everybody lived there never saw the other part of the land. So I was like, not me. I want to see all these lakes. I want to see everything. So I made sure that I saw all the lakes. As a matter of fact, it was because we were doing that we found out that people were sneaking on the land to hunt. You had some people that was sneaking on the land, setting up those hunting posts where you climb up real high in the tree.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had a couple of those. We had to break apart and dismantle. Wow. I'm talking about camouflage and everything.
Yeah. Couldn't you have legally just shot them?
I mean, they weren't there.
Okay.
The people weren't there when we saw it, but they were definitely there though, because we saw beer cans and stuff. We were like,
I say, like, having a doctrine like the white man's a devil, like you thought you got all right to go out there and just body them.
Yeah, I mean, it sound like some militia people up in the trees.
Word.
I mean, they could have been snipers. You know, you never know. But they were hunters though. You could tell they had the You could see that they have there's a thing that lures deer, like this perfume or scent stuff and everything. You could see that, and all that kind of stuff. So, but like I said, the deer was practically our friend. Any given time, we at a certain time of the day, we walk around on the 19 acres y'all saw, and you see the deer just come up and almost tap you on the shoulder, be like, "What's up?" You know, we had yeah. So anyway, that's that. But yeah, people could learn from it. And so Amber, you know, what I was saying though is that, like, I learned a lot. Unfortunately, the doctrine has a whole bunch of misinformation in it, and and I don't even bother it because I don't even think that even the people who follow it would even dare to even listen, because the way the doctrine is designed, you're either all for it or you're not. There's no in between really. And so I stopped wasting my time even talking about the doctrine.
Right.
Unless somebody bring it to me, I don't deal with it. I don't even deal with it because I tried that. Anytime you got people who believe that a man is from a planet, eighth planet of 19th galaxy called Risk, Galaxy Ilion, and Risk and Rosaka and Ilion come from the Arabic language and stuff. And then you got people believing that the seed, the germ that was planted to grow life on Earth came by way of a dolphin from a planet called Voldak.
Yeah.
Vulcan.
Yeah. My man had to be on one with all that, right?
And then not only that, after life started to evolve, then you had aliens by the name of the Anunnaki coming and manipulating the genes of the baboon and the gibbon on the planet Mars in a laboratory called Shemti to coat them with melanin and give them nappy hair. And then that was the birth of the original black man.
Now hold on. And that's weird because that's like kind of opposite of what Elijah Muhammad teaches. He teaches that, the gorilla was used, a mechanism used to create the white man. Now, which leads me to my next question, because I heard, Chuck said he wasn't, but I heard that Dr. York was a former NOI.
Nah, that's not true.
Okay. Well, he definitely knew that doctrine then.
Yeah, because a lot of members, you gotta understand, the Nawapian organization attracted those members from the NOI, from the Moore Science Temple, elders, people who were older. So you had like a prominent Moore Science Temple person who had a good chance to meet and be friend. And he was heavy in the Moore Science doctrine. Like my man knew more science stuff like the back of his hand.
Yeah, right.
And he was a Nawapian. NOI, same thing. So York used to take the lessons, even 5%. I have all the 5% lessons.
Really?
And the Nation of Islam lessons, all the 1 to 30, 1 to 10, the student enroll, all that stuff. I got all that stuff.
You got to study the competition.
Yeah, of course I do. My email is cwisdom. If you know something, when I emailed you, that might have been a different one, but my main email is cwisdom. That's my professional email. So yeah, definitely.
Oh yeah. So yeah, but I'm just saying that he wasn't a member. He didn't have to be. Just like he was never a Freemason. Freemason used to join it, and then that's how he got passed on the degrees and stuff like that.
Oh, wow.
And everything.
Yeah, when Dr. York wrote the Book of the 5%ers, he was Imam Isa.
Yeah, the Book of the 5%ers with Clarence 13X picture on the front. Yep.
Exactly. And he had all the rappers in the front.
Yep, he was Imam Isa. He was in Islam at that point.
What was the book about? The Book of the 5%ers.
It was about the lessons and Clarence 13X, and then he later came out with a book called Zig Zag Zig, which was talking about Islam.
The letter Z.
Yeah.
And he had the problem book.
And the problem book is a hardback book with the flag. And
it was a white book.
It was a white book with the black and gold flag with the number 7, the star and crescent, and in the name of Allah was on there. and you got the whole.
Yeah, I remember that.
The whole thing. To see is to understand. At one time, we couldn't truly see the trick that was planted on our path because we had the all-eye mattress thrown over our eyes. But when been born twice and know that we are Allah, the supreme eye can see all. And you got some plus lessons. You got the supreme mathematics.
Matter of fact, let me drop something. So since we on that, just for a split moment, Elijah Muhammad got something called the actual facts, and I think some of the Nation guys and Earths also go with that because that's in the Supreme Wisdom Lesson book. But when I found out recently, when I started being more scientific literate, when I researched, man, they got that from Eratosthenes and some other Greeks. Greeks. I was like, man, come on, y'all acting like this was from God, and the whole time these Greeks had put this stuff together.
Exactly, but the actual facts, the Nawapians lately, in more recent times, they came out with a series of books called The Actual Facts.
Yeah, and like, but that's all white boy stuff. So the white man's a devil, but you take his mathematics or his measurements on the earth and everything else, and you run with it like it was yours. That's crazy.
Exactly. And remember, I mentioned another organization that's a whole nother conversation with the Right Knowledge series coming from a whole branch called the Nupu Noon and Afro Uno and Nature of Nature. And if you look into there, that's really based around Greek philosophy with nous and nun and brain newts and all this other kind of stuff that comes out of Aristotle, Socrates, and Platonism and stuff like that, where they're talking about their metaphysics and the philosophy of all and all that kind of stuff. Then you got the three initiates and in their book where they talk about the wisdom of Thoth or Hermes Trismegistics and stuff like that, where people get the emerald tablets from.
Kabbalion.
And the Kabbalion, yeah, exactly. The Kabbalion.
Yeah.
By the three initiates. All that stuff comes in there.
Yeah, when we put aside blackology and we really measure, the blacks like coming up with that crazy stuff, and we really measure them with Isaac Newton and Albert Einstein and all those Planck and all those guys, like you'll see it's a far gap in intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
Huge gap. And even when we even talk about Greenberg, even what he was able to do at a young age, the passion that was inside him, it is a far gap. Like we got a long way to go, man.
Yeah. So it's like I said, it's a lot. And the only way people will benefit from a conversation about it is if they really analyze it seriously. And I say that for everything. For everything people want to talk about, whether it's Egypt, Nuwapian stuff, health, STEM, everything. You can't microwave any of this stuff. Just because the internet is fast, emailing is fast, texting is fast, and we got online encyclopedias now, that doesn't translate to the process of learning it is also fast. You can't skip that. You just can't do that ever until they invent a machine where you can put under your pillow and through osmosis you can absorb something. Then nah.
Hey, Wudjau, you're 100 because bro, like it takes a long time to officially learn this stuff. So when somebody think they can just Google it, like you are really misled, man. It takes hard work and it's no easy way into this stuff. It's hard work and discipline, man. That's it.
Never. You can't. It just goes for anything though. And I'm gonna tell you where it comes from. It comes from the disrespect people have gained, not purposely or in a negative way. It's just the social evolution of taking things for granted. Because I guarantee you that if we were to start a topic about quantum physics or astrophysics, and then we start a topic about ancient Egypt, people will treat those topics differently. People will be more reserved in a conversation about quantum physics. Not that many people open their mouth. More people will be quiet. They would listen. They would be tentative, and they will allow people who know what they know to talk. But when it comes to Egypt, everybody feels entitled to say something and everything because they don't see Egypt or the discussion about it as a serious scientific topic as they would with chemistry or astrophysics. And that's what we got to stop. We got to put an end to that.
But I will say, I think you'll still run into that issue because once people do obtain a certain degree of what they think is understanding, then we're going to be right back to square one. What I think the main issue is self-aggrandizement. They think they're bigger, smarter, no more than what they actually know. And they don't see themselves as being in a constant state of knowing. Yeah, they'll say it like, oh, I'm always learning. But the reality is they don't feel like there's anything left for them to learn. So they get to this space where everything is kind of argumentative and they're looking for the flaws in everything versus really trying to just learn and know. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but the problem with that is this. So I agree with Wudjau because when like Polite last interview with Sarnetta, at some point he decided to go into chemistry where he wanted to show you how sodium chloride come together. So he attempted to explain, valence electrons and electron negativity, but he didn't use those terms. And I don't think it's possible to explain that without using those terms. And he did, which shows me that he didn't learn that from a chemistry class or book or anything. Like, he just came across some like Negro activity and got the information, but he didn't use the chemical terms. It's impossible to know that without the chemical terms.
Yeah. And that's my point I made earlier about nomenclature and understanding a language of the discipline that you're going to discuss or focus on. You have to, from a culture, you got to learn the language to learn culture, or even when it's not even another culture, it's a discipline. You got to learn the nomenclature. You cannot step into a courtroom not knowing legal jargon. You can't step into an astrophysics lab or panel and not know how they use these specialized terms. You can't walk into a psychology panel and do that either. Same thing with Egypt. Same thing with whatever. You just can't do it. Chemistry and things like that. Linguistics. You just can't. And so people, like Amber said, people do feel empowered. And that, but see, what I say is different is that time has allowed the bar to be lowered for certain things, and it's slower for others. So that's why I did a comparison I did. So if you had a topic on Egypt and a topic on astrophysics, more people are going to open their mouth about Egypt, even though equally they're ignorant about both. But more people will be more inclined to open their mouth about Egypt than they would astrophysics, because Egypt is so commercialized and romanticized, and people just talk out the side of their neck, and it's a lot of information out there, misinformation. People feel like, okay, I know if to open my mouth.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
But astrophysics, nah. You start talking quantum physics and string theory and all this other kind of stuff. Nah, people are gonna close their mouth.
Yeah, and even in a simple vaccine discussion, they'll hoopla at the beginning, but once I get started, it's just the me show after that. So I agree.
Okay, so look, because I'm gonna leave in a second, but while I have you on here, Unbiased, let me ask you a question. I'm gonna share my screen, and I'm gonna ask you a question. Let me erase some stuff off this slide here. Okay, I want to show you something. I got a question for you. It's up your alley of what you're reading and what you're dealing with now. So I'm not trying to get no aha moments or anything like that.
Hey, I love it anyway. I love it.
Okay, so now check this out. So, and this is something that I said on our latest show, and I forgot how I got on this topic, but I got on the topic, right? And I want to know your thoughts on this. And even if we don't talk about it now, but I want to put it on your mind. And so, okay, and I'm trying to frame it up so I won't be long-winded. So we have this thing. Everybody's familiar with the periodic table of elements.
Yeah.
Now, what I did the other day, I asked a question of, we were talking about patterns and what the reality is behind what we mean when we say something is intelligent or intelligence in general. And I was sharing with people that patterns is a sign of intelligence, not a entity or being doing something, but patterns in and of itself is what intelligence is. When something is repetitively done or cyclic or patterns. And so, and I gave just this rudimentary example. I said, if we were to get into a space shuttle and travel to Jupiter or Mars or whatever, and we were to analyze the landscape, and we would see a whole bunch of rocks and craters and stuff like that, and we're documenting that stuff, and we would notice that everything was kind of random, and we wouldn't see a big deal about it. Then all of a sudden we look over a cliff and we see some rocks arranged in a certain pattern that spells out a recognizable name. Let's say it said unbiased, right? These rocks were put in a pattern of unbiased. Now we know that we're the first humans to ever travel to Jupiter, but we're seeing this. And so you would assume that something or someone put it like this just by default, because it does not fit the randomness of everything else. You're like, okay, there's a pattern here. and that was just a hypothetical scenario, only to share with people that, but unbeknownst to us, we associate intelligence with patterns. Okay, by default, that's what we do. And so I went from there to bring up the periodic table, because you have this thing called intelligent design that's championed by Christians in their fight for creationism, and they use this model of intelligent design to do that. Then you have science that don't like to use that phrase intelligent design, but in chemistry they will show you an intelligent design, but they don't call it that. And so I brought up the periodic table of elements to show that nature itself is built on a pattern, and the periodic table of elements is proof positive of this pattern, which in our minds subconsciously we associate with intelligence. And so what I have on the screen here is, I gave an example because I was telling people, I was leading to a bigger conversation I'm gonna have on another day. But on the screen I have water and salt, right? And I ask people, like I'm gonna ask y'all now, or I'm gonna ask y'all, but water and salt are completely different, right? Those are substances we drink, and salt we put on our food and all the other kind of stuff. And I put level 3 here. I had all the levels. I kind of deconstructed my slide, so I'm gonna put everything back one by one. So I had water and salt here. Then I had the chemical name for it, right? So let me pull it up. So I had water is chemically known as H2O, one molecule of water. One molecule of salt is known as sodium chloride, basically. And those are the abbreviations for those two molecules of each of those substances, right? And this is what makes them distinct and different. That will be a level 2 labeling system. Level 3 is the lay persons. We call it water, we call it salt, we call it whatever, okay? Level 2 is when you get into the chemistry class and you call it what it is, its chemical name. Now, what I had pointed out, this will be level 1 now. So notice that we're at a higher level and we're going deeper or higher resolution. Okay, so we're out here low resolution, and we're going, as we travel down, we're getting more detail. So at level 1, we got to look at what is hydrogen and oxygen, or sodium and chloride, made of. And so on level 1, I put electrons, protons, and neutrons. And this is true for both of these things. So water fundamentally is made of the same things as salt is. But water and salt are completely different things, distinct things at this level. At level 1, they're made of the same thing. So what I was sharing with everybody is that what makes these two things distinct in terms of their fulfillment of what they are is the quantity and the arrangement of the fundamental particles. The electron, how many of these and how they are arranged is what makes this distinct from this.
Right.
Okay. And so I'm just gonna show you my full slide. This is what I end up writing at the end of the whole conversation. So I'm just gonna explain it. So as you travel down or get a higher resolution, you'll find that everything starts to be the same. So I got this down arrow pointing to sameness. So as you travel down, everything becomes made up of the same stuff. As you travel upwards, everything becomes distinct. And so I have arrangement and quality is what makes that difference, distinction. And all this other stuff is I had just ignore that. I was tying into something. But so I'm sharing this with you. The reason why I'm doing this while you here, because I know you studying chemistry and everything like that. Now, so my question is, one, do you see how everything in existence, the things in existence, fundamentally are made up of the same stuff?
Yeah.
Okay, so you can agree that everything that exists is made up of the same stuff, but what makes it distinct from the next thing is the arrangement and the quantity of that stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right. Now I'm setting this up for a future conversation, so I'm not trying to trap anybody or whatnot. But I want everybody to get on the same page with at least this fundamental information, because where I want to go with it is people want to talk about figurative and literal and what the Egyptians believe and not believe, and if they had access to the periodic table, if they know about elements and stuff and everything like that, is to have that conversation. But I want to make sure people understand certain things first. So I'm gonna get into that so people can understand what the Egyptians say and how we can see what they were, the limits of their knowledge versus, the day and time they were in versus what we deal with today. So I'm trying to go back to that old conversation when was it Double X and everybody was on the channel asking if the Egyptians knew about chemistry and all that. So we're gonna find that out. But I want everybody to understand those fundamental things.
I think we agree that they knew like the rudimentary things of chemistry. I think we disagree when it comes to the atoms.
Yeah, they never. Yeah, but I think we agreed on that too, because that we know they didn't have electron microscope,
right?
To witness or experience and observe atoms.
Yeah.
Nah. But I'm saying the conversation is I feel is needed because we can learn a lot from it, and we can dodge what the pseudo stuff is and ignore that, and go for what's more scientific and things like that. So I shared this the other day to kind of set that up for a future conversation, because like you, everybody agree with me that everything is made up of course, atoms, and atoms themselves are made up of these three major components. And I ain't getting any lower than that into the quarks and all that stuff, but at least electrons, protons, and neutrons, everybody can agree with that.
Yeah.
And the periodic table is proof positive. The only what makes a let's say boron different from carbon is the arrangement of these things.
Right. It says the number of protons, really.
Yeah, and the orbital shells of the electrons, because every shell can only hold a maximum number of electrons,
right?
Which is what repeats.
But guess what? If the proton number is the same, but the neutron is different, because like that makes the weight changes, and that's what puts them on a different chart. It becomes an isotope, but it's still boron. But if the proton number changes, it's no longer boron. It could be something totally different.
Yeah, exactly. So it's the atomic mass, and that's how they measure it. So those numbers there are different, which makes them different. But they repeat. That's why they call it a periodic table of elements, because the way they arrange the chart, which is genius though, is they arrange the rows and columns a certain way for a reason.
Yeah, that's perfect. And all you guys listening, man, get your chemistry up. Like that's very important to know. Chemistry is the medium between physics and biology.
Yeah, exactly. And when you deal with health, people are gonna have to, like, health. Anybody who's trying to really, really, really be a master at health and whatnot, they're gonna have to have biology, chemistry, and physics under their belt to truly be a person who's all about, really into health. Because health is really a combination of all three of those.
There's no way around it.
There isn't. There's not. And this is something that ancient or indigenous cultures understood and knew and tried their best for what they knew at the times.
But this is why we scratch our head for those who claim to be in health and they are anti-vaccines and don't understand the immune system. It's like, how does that work?
Exactly. They don't. They really don't. They're anti-vaxxers. Some people are anti-vaxxers and don't even know it.
Yes, I asked my man, our brother Emporium, because I could tell the way he was talking. I said, brother, do you even understand the role of a vaccine? I knew he did not know that it was a better way for your immune system to contact the virus. I knew he didn't know that because the way he was talking. But you cannot, and you brought that to my attention, Wudjau. You made me really look into this immune system thing, which made me a little beast on a low. But yeah, it's impossible to talk about certain things, and like it actually exposes you. So you're right. So when you claim to know something, but you don't know other things, like only the know people know that you're,
Which
He got it out the library.
What library?
Just the library. The library in Detroit, Michigan.
Okay. Wait, did he give credit to Eratosthenes? I'm not getting what you're saying. He didn't give credit to the white boy.
What I'm telling you is that's not how his lessons came about. What I'm trying to tell you is that he went through a study. He sat down and studied for a certain period of time, and then he went to the library and collected this information. You know what I'm saying? The way you're trying to draw it up is like as if, you know, he was claiming some spook gave it to him or something like that. He never made that claim.
Hey, look. All I was saying was this to Wudjau earlier. My whole original point was that, you know, these people claim the white man is the devil would take their information, repackage it, and introduce it as though it didn't come from white folks. That's all I was saying earlier.
No, so what you're telling me is that what you're telling me is that white people are the ones who measured the earth. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
It's not true.
Okay, who measured the earth?
It's emphatically wrong. We measure the earth because for one, when you
wait, I gave a name. So give me a name who measured earth before Eratosthenes.
Bro, you're giving me a white person's name, bro. Like, come on, bro. That's
yeah, give me somebody's name and it's explain how he did it. I can share my screen real fast and tell you exactly how he did it. He did it with a stick. Or what
he did it with sticks.
With a stick, or which is called technically a nom-nom, something like that. But the birder, so I gave a name. I gave.
So what did he do? He grabbed some rulers and then he grabbed a long ass yardstick and went across the world with it.
Okay, see, brother, you might want to do a little bit of research on that then to see. I don't want to.
No, I'm asking. No, because you just said it. You just said he measured the earth. So I'm asking you, how did he do it? How did he measure the earth?
Brother, all I'm trying to tell you is this. I gave you a name. I told you who did it. It's on you now to look the name up and see if it's true or false.
All right. No, that's not what I'm. Okay, but you proclaim to have this information about this guy. You're saying that he measured the earth. So I'm asking you how he did it. That's a simple question. How did he do it? Did he? Hold on. You said he had some type of measuring rod. I'm asking you to expound on what you're saying.
Got you right here. Now, the thing about me, you could pull up, but I'm a source up guy. You dig? This is what I do. I'm gonna source up real fast for you, and then it'll be on you. All right. So let me go back. Here we go.
All right. So what is this guy's name? Can you say the guy's name one more time?
Caller, can you identify yourself first for the audience, the panel in the chat?
Who are you in the chat?
Yeah, my name is Divine.
All right. Okay. So here we go. You see the name right there, Eratosthenes. But that means how you gonna pronounce it? Eratosthenes. Yeah, I said it right. Okay, so here we go. He is best known. Y'all can see that? Yes, you can. He is best known for being the first person to calculate the circumference of the Earth, which he did by, you want to know, right? Which he did by comparing angles of the midday sun at two places, a known north-south distance apart. His calculation was remarkably accurate. He was also the first to calculate the tilt of the Earth axis, again with remarkable accuracy. Additionally, he may accurately calculated. They have accurately calculated the distance from the Earth to the Sun and the leap day. So the leap day came from him. He created the first global projection of the world, incorporating parallels and meridians based on the available geographic knowledge of his area. Eratosthenes was the founder of scientific chronology. He endeavored to revise the dates of the chief literacy and political events of the conquest of Troy. Is there anything else you want to
know? Then this is what I'm saying, bro. Okay, you're telling me this guy measured the you know what I'm saying? Whatever, that's fine. That's peace. That's cool. I can deal with that. But okay, but you made the claim that Elijah got it from white people. I'm asking you to prove that. Okay, well, this guy measured the earth or anything, that's fine. But prove that Elijah got it from him. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, well, listen, bro. If it says he's the first person to calculate, first means number uno, right? You know.
So you're taking that on face value, that he was the first person.
This is not faith. This is history. So this is 2,000 years before 19.
Whose history? Whose history?
The history. Hold up.
Who history? History about white folks?
No, bro. You see, the thing about science that it can be reduplicated. This can be reduplicated today. We can do this experiment today, bro. This ain't no mystery stuff here.
Hey, can I ask a question to the caller, to the brother Divine?
Yeah.
I want to ask you a question. Because I don't want to misconstrue, because I'm a little bit confused, right? So are you saying that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, are you saying that he himself measured the earth?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that this guy is saying that Elijah got it from Greeks. And what I'm saying is that that's not where he got it from.
Okay,
it was just public information. It was just public information. And he's saying that this guy is the first guy who he's saying this guy is the first guy who did it. You know what I'm saying? But I don't bear witness to that. I don't give a fuck what their history says. Who wrote this shit?
Okay,
this
but
is the same history. Hold on, this is the same history that told us that there was a white guy named Jesus that died for you. The same people who wrote that shit wrote this shit.
Okay, you say he got it from public information. Now, where did that come from? It didn't just come out the air or the sky. Where did this public?
Now, like I said, he studied in the library. Is that where he got what? In the library, the public library.
Right. So, who was the author of his studies?
Who knows? Who knows?
That's who it was.
Who knows?
I just told you who it was.
No, you didn't tell me who it was. You're telling me that this guy.
All right, so let me ask you a question. So let me ask you a question, Divine. Is it excuse me, is it possible that the Honorable is it possible that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad read something in the library about the circumference of the earth that actually did come from this person? Is that possible to you? That was his source at the library, though. That he read a book that mentioned that.
That's possible, but what I'm saying is that he made a statement that Elijah got it from these Greek people, and what I'm saying, he made it like the way he put it in the context, the way he said it was kind of like he was saying, like, oh well, Elijah just took their shit and then said God gave it to him. Like, come on, bro, that's not how it happened. That's what I'm saying. That's my premise.
Okay, so
I mean, that's not how it happened.
So you're saying your basic argument is that Honorable Elijah Muhammad didn't get it from some spook out of thin air.
No, not at all. It was just information that he researched. He put it together, compiled it, and then, you know what I mean, that's what it was. It wasn't like some invisible ghost came and, you know, like story of the prophet, and nothing like that.
Is for the record, I'm not saying that either. I said an actual real man. I didn't say a ghost or a spook. I said a real man's name. I said Eratosthenes. That's got it from him.
No, that's not what you said, brother. You said earlier, you can rewind this. You said, oh man, he got this from the Greeks and act like God gave it to him. That's what you said. That wasn't what happened.
Wait, but doesn't Elijah Muhammad say God is man?
But that's not how. Listen, that's not how the lessons came about. Because that's what you guys were talking about at the time. At the time, you guys were talking about supreme wisdom. That's what you guys were talking about.
Look, let me ask you a question. Does Elijah Muhammad speak about the speed of light? Yes or no?
Come on, man. Now you're doing a lot. Now you're doing what you're doing is a logical fallacy, man. That's what you're doing right now. You're doing a red herring, man. You know what I'm saying? No, it doesn't matter what he spoke about. You're saying what you said is that he took this information from the Greeks and act like God gave it to him. That's what you said. That's my argument. That's what I'm saying you're wrong about.
Okay, look. Well, first of all, he did get it from the Greeks, but I'm also explaining something else. I said the speed of light, the speed of sound.
You haven't proved that neither. All you're telling me is that this man named Arrow. All you're telling me is that this Greek mathematician measured the Earth, and basically you're saying because history says that he was the first one to do it. This is your argument. Because history says he was the first one to do it. That must be where Elijah got it from.
But you just said history recorded he got it from a library. So which history should we go with?
Okay, but listen, when you go into a library, there's a plethora of books in a library.
Oh, I gotta call his number. Matter of fact, let me text this guy right. Where's my phone? Hold on. I gotta text this guy. I'll play it, but we gotta get this bill back up because I don't know why I was playing around with him. I didn't get straight to the point. Sometimes I like to be facetious and have fun with people. I'm gonna text this guy and get right back to this debate.
Library, man. He could have read anything in there and came back with this information.
Isn't it from an author?
That doesn't mean he didn't give any sources to any of that. It was he didn't give any sources. Hold on. He didn't just say, hey, well, I read this book and this is how I came to the conclusion of this particular, measurement, this distance or whatever. This is just information. Even if you did that, if you were to write a lesson or something or a book, let's say you were to write a book and the book was based upon all the information that you compiled over a few years or something, you're not going to use that. Doesn't necessarily mean you're going to give every single source to all the information that you came up with. That doesn't mean that.
All right. So I just want to say this about being interrupted. So in the actual facts, he spoke about the speed of light being 186,000 miles per second, something like that. Okay, well, he also got that from the Italians because Galileo started the project. He didn't finish it, but Galileo started that project, and that ended up with the Italians discovering the speed of light. I think actually Albert Einstein finished that up with the speed of light.
Nah, man. How do you draw these conclusions? How do you draw these conclusions that because two people come to the same conclusion, two people have the same ideas, or two people are teaching the same thing, because one did it before the...
Yeah, this guy is pseudo. I don't know how he's questioning me on stuff, how I'm coming up to conclusions. Bro, when you're discovering, when you're trying to come to a conclusion how something came to be, I mean, it's documented history. I'm showing him documented history. Like, show us, like, if I'm showing you documented history of how something came about, if you're saying, nah, it came about for somebody else, then you got to show us that. Because if you can't show us that, then all we have is what's documented. That's what's called documented history. Elijah Muhammad said a lot of random stuff, but it's not documented. Well, it's documented, but it's not documented from who he said it came about. So I'm showing, Elijah Muhammad said these things, but when we look at documented history, it's going back to white people. It's not going back to some jet black African in the haze in the jungle of Africa that Elijah Muhammad teaches. I gotta come back to the 4 hour. Okay, I remember it. I'm gonna do a separate video for this.
The other that must mean that the person who's teaching it now got it from the previous person.
Wait.
So what you're doing is I see what you're doing. What you're doing is you're saying that. Hold on, look. I see what you're doing. You're saying that okay, well, we got to give this white man credit because the white man is God, so we got to, give him the praises for everything. That's what you're doing.
You don't know I'm an atheist? You didn't know that? I'm an atheist. I don't believe in God.
You're an atheist, so you're atheist. You're atheist. You're a theist. You believe in the white man. The white man is your God. You're a theist.
Sir. So if he's saying this because he has to give the white man credit, he just wants to give the white man credit, is it also possible then that you're denying it because you don't want to give the white man credit?
No. What I'm saying is that when you talk about stuff like this, and then because they have a particular, they write things, you know what I'm saying? They put things down, and just because they said it happened this way doesn't necessarily mean it happened that way. The same thing with the Bible. Hold on. This is what I'm trying to say right here. This is what a lot of black people don't realize is that the same way they lie about religious shit and the Jesus shit and all those fake stories and Muhammad and all that shit, Prophet Muhammad, all those stories, they lie to you in science as well. When they tell you that they discovered, when they tell you that they was the first one, the Hippocratic Oath and all this shit, you know what I'm saying? They wasn't the first ones to come up with none of this.
You're right. So just prove that they lied about it. That's the only thing that we're saying. Prove that they lied about that. Prove that somebody else discovered this before he did. That's it. And the argument will be over. You won.
Right. Yeah, no. My thing is he has to prove. Okay, that's right. That's cool. I can respect that. That's peace. You know what I'm saying? Prove that they lied about it. What I'm saying is,
what's the point? What good does this do us? How do we move forward? Like, we just jumped to a whole nother subject matter than what we was talking about. What's your point? I really want to understand your intentions.
No, my point is that he was wrong. You know what I'm saying? When you say somebody took somebody else's information and put it out there and saying that God gave it to him, that's my whole point. All that other stuff he was saying, that's fine. Like I'm in agreement with most of what he was saying, but that part he was being deceptive. He was being deceptive about that. You know what I mean?
I will reword it just for you, so I won't be offensive. The actual facts in the Supreme Wisdom Lesson book that you date back to 1930, all of that was discovered 2,000 years prior to that book being written. Can you accept that?
No, I would have to go back and do the research on that. But no, but I mean,
I gave you two names. I gave you Galileo. I gave three names: Albert Einstein, and I gave you Eratosthenes. Those three names you can look at: speed of light, and you can look at the measurements of circumference of the Earth. And matter of fact, the white boys were also
right. But you still, but you still never told me how they did it, though. You still never told me how they measured the Earth. No, you didn't.
I didn't read that just to you just now.
No, how they measured the Earth.
Okay, so you want specifics? All right, I'll go back.
Yeah, because you said they used some kind of instrument or something. I mean, teach me. Let me know.
I got you.
Okay, so hold up. So he did read it. It's where he used two distinct points from a north-south orientation, and he read it from the same article. He did read it, but he probably had to read it again. Maybe everybody missed it.
Okay, so I'll read it one more time. And this just be more detailed. I ain't gonna do this, but this is gonna hurt more. As you can see, it's titled "Measurement of the Earth's Circumference." Eratosthenes.
Wait, your screen. I don't know if you got to move it around, but it's like it's jumbled. Maybe it's just me.
Can anybody else see it?
Like just go from one tab to another. Like switch to a different tab and come right back.
All right. Boom. Boom.
There you go. Okay, maybe it was just me, but now it's clear.
Okay, so at the very top of this, it says measurement of the Earth's circumference. Read along with me. Eratosthenes calculated the Earth's circumference without leaving Alexandria. He knew that local noon on the summer solstice in Syene, modern Aswan, Egypt, the sun was directly overhead. He then measured the sun's angle of elevation at noon in Alexandria by using a vertical rod known as a gnomon. Okay, and you click this right here, it actually gives you a picture of it. Boom. We've seen that in math class and stuff like that, right? You got it. Okay, it says, and measuring the length of his shadow on the ground, using the length of the rod and the length of the shadow as the legs of a triangle, he calculated the angle of the sun's rays. This turned out to be about 7 degrees or 1/5 the circumference of the circle. Taking the Earth as a spherical and knowing both the distance and direction of the Syene, he concluded that the Earth's circumference was 50 times that distance. His knowledge of the size of Egypt was founded on the work of many generations of surviving trips conducted by professionals thematists. Pharaonic bookkeepers gave a distance between Syene and Alexandria of 5,000 stadia, a figure that was checked yearly. Some historians say that the distance was corroborated by inquiring about the time that it took to travel from Syene to Alexandria by a camel. Some claim Eratosthenes used the Olympic state of 176.4 meters, which is 579 feet, which would imply a circumference of 44,100 kilometers, 27,400 miles, an error of 10%. But the 184.8 meters, which is 606 feet, Italian state became 300 years later the most commonly accepted value for the length of the state, which implies a circumference of 46,100 kilometers or 28,600 miles, an error of 15%. He made 5 important assumptions, none of which are perfectly accurate. The first one is that the distance between Alexandria and Syene was 5,000 stadia, that Alexandria is due north of Syene, that Syene is on the tropical of Cancer, that the Earth is a perfect sphere, that light rays emanating from the sun are parallel. I guess this is it right here. Eratosthenes later rounded the result to a final value of 700 stadia per degree, which implies a circumference of 252,000 stadia, likely for reasons of calculation, simplicity as the larger number is evenly divisible by 60. In 2012, Annual Abreu Mora repeated Eratosthenes' calculation with more accurate data.
Right.
The result was 40,074 kilometers, 24,901 miles, which is 66 kilometers, 41 miles, different 0.16% from the currently accepted polar circumference of the Earth. That's it.
Right. You said, okay, now you said also what you just read, you were saying that his measurements weren't completely accurate. Later on, it was people who added on. Hold on. Later on, it was people who added on. It wasn't just him. See, you were giving credit. You were all praised to. You were all. Hold on. You were all praised to Errol-Thotterseen. You were all praises to this guy, but he wasn't even accurate. So why are we praising him for it?
Do you know that's how science works? Like the Egyptians, where we talked about this in the beginning of the show. The Egyptians were basically the first to start everything. So everything we do today is pretty much they were the first to start it, but they were not the. Okay, well, hey, bro, let me finish. But
that's what you're saying. What I'm saying, they were in Greek at the time. They were in Egypt. They were They were in Egypt at the time. At this time that you're talking about, this guy was in Egypt. So where did he get that knowledge from?
We just read it.
Excuse me. We've
were
been
in
having
Egypt.
a good build. We've been having a good build tonight. We not finna enter into this foolishness. It's been very positive.
Not, but they were. Hold on, they were in Egypt. I'm trying to be positive as well. I'm not trying to disrespect this, brother. What I'm saying is that they were in Egypt at this time. According to the whole story, he didn't even have it right. So if he didn't have it right, then why are you going to make it seem like the soul? We're supposed to give credit to him.
Well, because they are saying without modern technology, he came so amazingly close. That was a phenomenon, bruh. To use a gnomon only. And based off your observations, and you came that close at that time.
But where'd they learn this from? Where'd they learn this from? If they were in Egypt at this time that you're talking about, this time period, they were in Egypt. Where did they get that knowledge from?
We just read that he looked at the shadows.
Okay, so you're saying, so you agree he got the knowledge from black people then. You agree with that?
No, he did not get it from black people. He got it from himself.
He was in Egypt. What are you talking about?
Okay, so look, let me ask you this. If I'm in Egypt, right, and I plant, let's say, a apple tree there, that's the first time an apple tree's ever been seen. Did the Egyptians plant the apple tree, or did I plant the apple tree?
Come on, man. That's the horrible analogy. It doesn't matter if you planted an apple tree. Where did they get this knowledge from? We know that's where they got it from.
If the argument is, did he do it in Egypt? There's no argument. He did it in Egypt. But if the argument is that the Egyptian did it first, that's a false argument.
No, I mean, that's a false argument according to who? According to you or according to white folks?
Did it an Egyptian measure the earth before my man?
Okay, so look, this is what I'm telling you. Okay, I'm gonna tell you this. Look, they got it from the library out there. That's where they got it from. The guy you're talking about, he got this knowledge from the library in Egypt.
What library?
From the library. From the library in Alexandria. The library in Alexandria. The library in Alexandria.
Was that still there? Wait. Where did we read that was already? Wait, where did we read this measurement was already there and he just got it from the Egyptians? Where did we read that from?
It's just not about. That's just what happened, bro. That's just what happened. That's what took place.
I'm not gonna argue you believe it. You believe that?
Okay, so you don't know about when they went into Egypt and they raided the libraries? You don't know about that?
Okay, brother. They raided the libraries.
Wait, hold on. Where's Wudjau at? Wudjau still on the line?
Wudjau probably in the refrigerator.
I'm still here. Yeah, I'm here.
Because he would be able to answer.
He was. Is it a coincidence that he was the head at the library in Alexandria? Is that a coincidence? Is that what you're telling me?
I think you're asking you, Wudjau.
Oh, what? I missed it. What was it? We still on the
He said that Eratosthenes got the measurements straight from the libraries of Egypt.
Oh, you don't have. I mean, I would like to see evidence of that. Where's that at?
What I'm saying is it a coincidence? This is what I'm telling you. Is it a coincidence? This man, the guy you're saying, did the first measurements, that he was the head of the library in Alexandria.
Wait, where'd you get that from?
This is a fact. This is well known. Okay, I'll give you the link. What I'm talking about.
Okay, now look. I mean, like, let's say if he was, what does that got to do anything?
What I'm telling you is that these people you call Greeks, they're the ones who raided into Egypt and you know what I mean, robbed and pillaged and stole all the information from original people that look just like you. They stole the information from people who look just like you. And then they did what you claimed Elijah did to them. They're the ones who actually did it to you. So your claim is actually is ass backwards. It really happened the other way around. Is what I'm saying. Is what I'm saying, brother.
Okay, look. There is no record of an Egyptian measuring the circumference of the earth or figuring out the speed of light. And not only that, deciding whether light is infinite or finite, like the Greeks did. Not only that, explain retrograde. Not only that, explain gravity. Not only that, put together the periodic table that we just talked about. Not only that, discovered a single cell. Like, the white boys got that, bro. That's just in the story. They got that off.
No, they got that off to you because you're accepting what they're saying, but you just admitted that he didn't even have it all the way right. He didn't even have it all the way right, so they didn't have it right.
You just missed what we just read. The dude used a basically carved stick, like some stuff you could do on woodshop, a 4x6. He used that to measure the circumference of the earth, to measure the distance of this earth to the sun, the moon, all of that. And he was amazingly close with a stick, nothing else.
Brother, this sounds like the Jesus story all over again, man.
Well, I can't.
This sounds like when Jesus turned water into wine. You know what I'm saying? This sounds like some of that white Jesus shit, man.
All right, so
what happened? I'm telling you how it happened. I'm telling you what happened. They went into Alexandria. They raided, and they took the knowledge. They took the knowledge from the ancient black people of Kemet. They took the knowledge. They took the knowledge, and then they took it and they ran with it, plagiarized it, stole it. You know what I mean? Repackaged it, sold it to you, and then you bought it sink, line, and hook, brother.
Okay,
That's what I'm saying.
Can I ask you a question that you asked me a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you believe that Allah self-created? Do you that he self-created himself?
Do I believe that Allah self-created himself?
Yeah.
No. I don't believe in anything, brother. Believe to believe will, you know what I mean, manifest doubt. Believe manifest insecurity. Belief manifest insecurity. So I don't deal with belief.
I got you. So do you know that Allah self-created himself?
Allah self-created himself.
From a spinning atom.
That sound. I don't know. That sounds like some religious shit to me. Now I don't know.
Elijah taught. Yeah, Elijah taught that. He taught that the spinning atom is the way Allah was created, by way of a spinning atom.
Yeah, but when Elijah, but this is the thing. When you go into his teachings, most of his he spoke like a lot of allegory and stuff like that. So that's a whole nother topic.
I got you. Now I only asked that question because, you know, during the 1900s, it wasn't a lot of education going on. You read history. People were working just working the land, whatever. So a lot of theories came about. Joseph Smith, all this stuff came about. Charles Chase Russell with the Jehovah's Witness, all these religious stuff because of the lack of science. But as soon as science caught up with them, now and all these doctors taught literal prior to that. As soon as science caught up, now all of a sudden everybody doctrines allegorical, something else. Nothing is literal anymore. I got you.
Yeah, but you do know about the Greek raid on Alexandria, right? You do know that they went in there, you know what I'm saying, and they took the knowledge. They took the information. This is historical. This is historical.
But even if they did, where is that in the records of Alexandria? Even if they did raid it, where is that written in Alexandria that stuff was there?
Wait, I got a major question here. So you said they went to Egypt. Was there any information in Egypt about figuring out the speed of light?
I mean, well, when you go, it was all there, bro. Like when you talk about chemistry, that's what they dealt with. They dealt with astronomy. Hold on. If they were dealing with, well, we can draw 2 and 2 together. If we know that they dealt with astronomy, and we know that, you know what I mean, like the ancient Egyptians were masters. Hold on, they were masters of astronomy and all that. Then come on, man. What's to say they weren't dealing with measuring the earth and things like that, man?
Well, they were not a master. They were not astronomers. They did astrology. And then secondly,
no, that is not true at all, man. What do you mean?
Okay, so look, I just want to move forward. The speed of light. The speed of light, brother.
Astrology.
Okay, look. The speed of light. Do you know the process they use to decide the speed of light? Do you know what they did to determine that?
How'd they do it?
Okay, see what I'm saying? It had nothing to do with Egypt. They flashed light and they just calculated from one man to the other man the distance they were apart from each other. Galileo had the idea. Some other Greeks did that. They just flashed lights to each other. It was nothing mathematical, nothing scientific. They just flashed lights and they tried to time the light. That was it. You did?
Yeah, man. yeah, man.
I do this, man.
Yeah, bro. Yeah. No. I mean, that's all nice and good and everything like that, man. But all I'm telling you is that they didn't really know anything, though, bro. They went in there and they took that. Is what I'm telling you. The Greeks, they really didn't know anything like you think they know. Now they might big it up now and be like, you know, the Greeks were. I even had a white boy on YouTube tell me that the Greeks invented mathematics. Like, so you know, that's kind of what he was talking just like this. You know, so no disrespect.
No, pure history teaches you where mathematics came from. So if a white boy said that, he was teaching whiteology the same way you're teaching blackology. See, but nobody who studies history.
No, he wasn't teaching that. He wasn't teaching. He wasn't like a white supremacist or nothing like that. He was just teaching from the same. No, he was just teaching from the basic, from the education system, the education you get right here when you go through from 1 to 12.
Hold on, bro. Wudjau was right there. There is no field of education that's taught in this country that's free to the public that you can get credits for and in a degree that teaches mathematics was started from the Greeks. Zero.
No, they do teach that in school, man.
Which book? I have an algebra book here. I have a geometry book. I got a whole bunch of books right in front of me. Which book teaches you that this beginning started in Greece? Which book?
Bro, that's just what they teach in school, man. You go to damn.
Hey, you keep saying they. I'm saying, what book teaches that?
Why? Okay, well, why do they call it the Pythagorean theorem, bro? Do you know about distance formula? Do you know about distance formula and everything? They call it the Pythagorean theorem. Why do they call it that?
Brother, we're talking about the history of mathematics. Okay.
Okay. Look, if I'm trying to do a triangle, if I'm trying to measure a triangle, I have to go through the Pythagorean theorem, right?
Bro, you're talking.
Who is Pythagoras?
Right, you're talking about things that was added on. When they talk about the father of chemistry, the father of A, B, and C, they're talking about the ones who put it together and made it make sense, where it was like no more any mystery. So a lot of things that was done in the ancient world, there was still gaps to other things, so they didn't have it completely down pat. So the person like Darwin, like they say he put together, like he came up with the idea of natural selection. So he put evolution all together. You dig that theory? So they call him the father. The father is usually regarded as people who put everything together. Like the person who did the periodic table, the person in chemistry. You had the Bohr's model before him that was testing electrons in the valence shell, whatever. He was way before him, but my man put the periodic table all together, so he's called the father. So I think you mixing apples and oranges.
No. What I'm telling you is that they teach you that when you first start studying geometry, they tell you that this comes from this particular type of mathematics. This form of mathematics comes from Pythagoras, and they tell you the Pythagorean teacher. And they're teaching people this in school.
Right, because that's a different formula. They're not going to teach you.
His name was Pythagoras.
Right, bro.
Whatever you call it. But look.
Okay, you know what? I'll look him up. No more talk about this guy.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying, man. It was original people that invented all that, man.
Okay, so now we're going to find out why is he even mentioned. Well, you are you aware of who put together calculus, or no?
Who put it together?
It was Isaac Newton. There's no such thing as that before him. So I guess he got.
So was there a such thing as measuring measuring the angles before Pythagorean?
What you mean measure? I mean that's
the Pythagorean theorem. Was there such thing as doing that before him?
Well, is there? Can you prove one?
Come on, man.
I'm asking. Look, I'm gonna share my screen. You share your screen. You got the same ability I got.
No, I'm not showing any screens, man. I'm just telling you, bro.
I know. Yeah, but
I'm just telling you. We've been doing these things. Hold on. This is all I'm trying to tell you, bro, is that the things that you're saying that you're giving credit to Europeans for, if you dig a little deeper, brother, what I'm telling you is that you will find that there was original people who did this. There was original people who did this before them. That's what I'm telling you.
I'm gonna dig deep right now. You said dig
you know
deep.
What I'm saying? If you dig a little deeper, you will find. Matter of fact, just like the same way how I showed and proved to you that guy that you're talking about, he stole that information, the measurement. He got that out of Alexander.
Oh,
the guy from